smartest one of the three of us does not show.
You're sending it over here. That's kind of what I am. Yeah. All right, good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, September 5th, 2023 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I will now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitution.
Thank you. All right, excellent. Leading us today in our invocation will be Jasmine Wheeler, the worship pastor at Mercy Culture Church in Fort Worth, and I'll be leading in the pledges. Please rise for the invocation and the pledges of allegiance.
Father, we love you. We thank you for this day. We thank you for the breath in our bodies. And we honor you today, Lord. We invite you into this room, Holy Spirit, and we just declare, as it says in Amos 5:24, let justice roll on like a river, let righteousness like a never-failing stream. Show us what's pleasing to you today. We declare Tarrant County belongs to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jasmine. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. As a reminder to all those present, this is the Tarrant County Government Business Meeting. This is not a political rally. So when you make your comments, you have 3 minutes to address the crowd. No applause, no clapping. Respect the decorum of the courtroom, please. And agenda announcements, Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, we have 2 announcements as it relates specifically to the agenda today. The first one is under Facilities Management. This is E2. We are going to ask that we remove that from consent. We are going to take action on that. It's simply we have an audience participation form on that particular item. Also, under Public Health, item H7. This is a contract with Girls Inc. We're going to hold that for 1 more week. We'll see it up on the agenda on the 19th. Before we have a large number of people in the audience that would like to address the court this morning. I believe we have 36 or so of them. The bulk of them deal with pieces of the county administrator's section. They have said they wanted to speak on item number 4, which is really the adjustment to the ARPA budget itself. Really, the first 3 items under the administrative section deals with that particular item. And so I would suggest that the court ask these individuals that want to speak on item number 4 to address the court whenever we get to the very beginning of the administrator section, because it does impact those first 3. Also, as it relates to the administrator's office, we're going to have several different presenters in our section. As we get going, I would like to make a quick statement just to point some things out to the court as relates to some of these items, and then we'll have some of the administrator staff make the various presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any announcements from the commissioners?
Nothing.
We did have a very successful senior synergy last Thursday. I think we had, Rachel, to get it right, we had over 2,500 people come. It was quite the attendance and quite the event. I think a good time was had by all and lots of good information shared. Next up on our agenda is the minutes. Do we have any adjustments, or do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, the minutes pass unanimously. Next up, we have a presentation of the American Public Works Association Local Chapter Lifetime Membership Award to Commissioner Roy Charles Brooks.
Good morning, Judge,
Good morning.
Commissioners. My name is Cesar Molina. I am the immediate past president of the North Central Texas branch of the American Public Works Association. The American Public Works Association is a non-for-profit association that provides education, advocacy for members of the public works profession, with over 30,000 members throughout the United States, Canada, and several associations, chapters around the world. Today, it's my pleasure to recognize one of your own, Commissioner Roy Brooks, for having achieved 30 years of continuous membership with the organization. And we'd like to recognize him with a certificate as a life member, which I told Commissioner Brooks earlier, you no longer have to pay dues. I'm a life member for the rest of your life. So, Commissioner Brooks, I would like to present to you this certificate of our appreciation.
Congratulations, Commissioner Brooks.
I'd like to thank the American Public Works Association for this recognition, and I'd like to point out to all of you that the APWA is one of those organizations that helps us as county commissioners be more effective as ex officio road commissioners, which is a large part of our charge. So I'm pleased to have been affiliated with the APWA for 30 years, and I thank you for the exemption from dues.
All right, I will move to receive and file this presentation.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All All right, passes unanimously. All right, next up, we have employee recognition. And this is the time in the agenda where we recognize all of our hardworking employees that have been with us 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, or 30 years. This month, we actually have one 35-year employee, which is pretty cool. So please stand as I call your name so we can recognize you. Our 5-year employees: Jeffrey Clemens Jr., Crystal Cooper, Shantika Crutchfield, Julia Eister, Demetrius Franklin, Timothy Gilpin, Michael Hartsfield, Jamie Hine, Elizabeth Holting, Carmelo Jones, Abby McFarland, Kimberly Miller, Crystal Oropeza, Ian Pfisterer, Ruby Romero, Jennifer Romero Bravo, Ricardo Samano Jr., and Timothy Soria. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you all. Now for our 10-year employees. Again, please stand as I call your name. Jennifer Brown, Homero Carnero, Kayvon Charles, Tuan Dow, Daiquiri Devers, Angel Donato Jr., Nyla Lamb, Gloria Laravieri, Kenneth Mankins, Brian Melashenko, Amy Nelson, Artie Palacios, Robert Peters, Annabelle Scott, Jefferson Smith, Marcella Torres, Christopher Valentine, J.C. Walker, and Argette Watson. Thank you all very much. Now for our 15 years. Kamisha Bailey, Brian Bone, Denise Del Carmen, Carlos Gonzalez, Jennifer Herpel, and Brooke Panuthos. Thank you all for 15 years. We appreciate it. We have two 20-year employees, hopefully here with us, Sean Gray and David Sandella. All right, thank you. Now for our 25-year employees. First up is Nikki Clark in the county clerk's office. Where are you, Nikki? There you are. Nikki was born in Waco, graduated from Waco High School. She worked for McLennan County for 2.5 years, came to Tarrant County to work for the DA's office for about 2 months, and then she's been with the county clerk's office ever since, so 24 years and 10 months or so. She has 4 children, 2 grandkids. 3 of her kids live here, and her one son that does not live here is the defensive coordinator of Northwest Oklahoma State University. So he's a college coach, pretty cool. And her daughter works in passports here in the county. Her most memorable moment, like many of you, was the tornado. She loves to shop. She has a strong interest in real estate, and when her time here is done, I suspect she will get involved in real estate in some way, shape, or form. 2 things she said: I love where I work, and it is like a family. And thank you very much, Nikki, for your 25 years. We appreciate it. Next up, we have Mark Fisher with IT. Hi, Mark. How are you? It was about a month ago you came up, so it's been a while. Mark started September 30th, 1998, and he was born in Long Beach, California. He's a University of Michigan grad. He has 2 daughters. He likes to spend time with his kids and his wife. And he mentors young men, spends a lot of time doing that with Fellowship of the Sword, loves to travel, went to Yellowstone this summer. I went to Yellowstone this summer. We exchanged some Yellowstone stories. They're big dog people. And his most memorable moment was delivering meals to Meals on Wheels recipients, which he's done for a very long time. What he likes the most, he said, it has been a tight-knit family, and his biggest accomplishment was just seeing the data center come together, be put together, and become what it is. So, Mark, thank you very much for your 25 years. We appreciate you. Next up, we have Janice Pledger. Hi, Janice. There she is right over there behind the cameras. She was born in Wichita Falls, lives in North Richmond Hills. Her dad was in the Air Force, which is what took her to Wichita Falls. Her husband was in the Navy. She graduated from Abilene Cooper High School and then went on to Texas Tech. She has 2 children. She has spent 25 years here with us. She's a financial analyst in child support. Her birthday is on Halloween, and she is retiring in October. So thank you very much for your 25 years. Best wishes to you. We're not going to name the building after you. That one's taken, but we do appreciate your 25 years. Her most memorable moment are the annual lunches that they used to do in the office and the move to the new building. She says it's a great place to work. She loves what she does and loves the people. And she is the one who designed out at the old courthouse the Law Enforcement Memorial. So something we will remember you by forever. Very cool. It's a neat design. When she retires, priority number 1 is the honey-do list. She also is going to Israel in November and December. And is Honeydew right next to you here? All right, hello, Honeydew. How you doing? And in addition to the trip to Israel, she's going to go to Sweden and Norway. So they've got a lot of fun in store. Thank you, Janice, for 25 years. We appreciate you. Next, we have Michelle, and I never asked you how to pronounce your last name. Is it C or Say? Is Michelle here? Oh, she's the one that's out sick. Well, then I could have got away with it. All right, so Michelle works for County Criminal Court number 4, has been with us 25 years also. She was born and raised in the Weatherford-Aledo area. She's been married for 28 years, 2 children, ages 19 and 23. She's been working in County Criminal Court number 4 since 1997. She loves the county picnic at Six Flags, and she says Tarrant County has been very good to me and all the other court reporters during her time here, even though she's out sick today. Thank you, Michelle. If you're watching from home, we appreciate you. All right, now we have a couple of 30-year employees. So first up, is Michelle out also?
Yeah, Michelle.
Okay. Okay, so Michelle Moore in the county clerk's office, been there 30 years. She's the manager of Vital Records. She started elections in '92, then went to the county clerk's office. She is also retiring in the next year. I hope I'm not breaking news there, Mary Louise. She is born in Fort Worth, lives in Arlington, graduated from Haltom High School, has 2 girls, and loves to travel also. What she likes the most, she says she works for a great place, but her best friends come from here, and this is truly family here for her. So, Michelle, get well soon. Thank you so much for 30 years. We appreciate you. Our next 30-year employee, also from the county clerk's office and best friends with Michelle, is Dusty Sanders. Dusty, are you here? I didn't see you. Is Dusty here?
No.
Well, it would make sense they're both sick. So Dusty is out sick. 30 years she's been with us. She started here in 1991, left for about a year, came back. She was born in Fort Worth, raised in Saginaw, has 2 girls. Her 18-year-old is in school to be a nurse, and the other one works for the auditor's department. She started in Deed Records, moved down to the criminal area, worked there 22 years. Now she's the manager of criminal courts. Her most memorable moment was the George Lott shooting, which many of you remember well. She was in the building when it all went down. She also, on a lighter, more memorable moment, a prisoner, when she was sitting in a courtroom, threw a water bug at the judge, disappointed by a ruling, and it landed right next to Dusty, and that's something she will never forget, as you might can imagine. She will retire in the next year. They're twins. What she remembers the most and will cherish the most are all the friendships and the security of the position. She also loves to travel. Everybody here loves to travel. We must not let them out much. And she went to Greece this year and thoroughly enjoyed that. So get well soon, Dusty. Also, thank you very much for 30 years. And last but not least, we have one 35-year employee, Victor Kraku. Victor, I saw him earlier. Where are you, Victor? There you go. Yeah, stand up. Don't be shy. So Victor was born in Liberia. Very cool. And graduated from high school there, moved here in 1982, has 2 girls, been married 23 years, works for the Sheriff's Department in confinement. He's now a corporal of detention at Green Bay. He graduated from UNT. He comes from a law enforcement background. His dad and uncle served in law enforcement. I asked him why he stayed so long, and he said his parents raised him to be loyal, that staying in one place was the way to go, and loyal he has been for 35 years. When in his single years, he was a pilot, misses that, loves to read, is a runner. He stayed here because it's in Tarrant County because it's slower paced, and he meant that in a good way, and I agree with him. And it's a great place to raise a family. And something that's very interesting, his dad passed away in July. The president of the Republic of Liberia ordered Liberian flags at the U.S. Liberian Embassy to fly at half-staff because his father was so... his father is kind of like James Baker in this country. He has served at almost every level of government in Liberia, was quite an honored man in Liberia, and we're sorry for your loss, but what a great legacy he left you, and thank you for 35 years with Tarrant County. All right, I'll make a motion to, we want to dismiss everyone here now that we have a reception for you, all the employees in the back. So feel free now to get up and make your way back there to the reception. And thank you again for all your hard work. I will make a motion. I'll make a motion to receive and file the employee recognition. We have a second from Commissioner Brooks. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, next up is the consent agenda. We have 2 items removed. Or any further discussion on the consent agenda? Do we have a motion?
Move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion at all? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously, which now brings us to the administrator's section, item A1, GK.
So, Mr. Court, if I could just very briefly lay some of this out, then I'm going to ask Kristen to come up and do items 1, 2, and 3. And depending on what action we take on item number 4, or on those first 3, will depend if we are going to hold item 4 or for next court meeting, or we can take action today.
All right, GK, before you go, just so everybody's clear, and in case you came in before the announcement was made, there are quite a few people signed up to speak to A4. A1, 2, 3, and 4 are all combined, essentially. I mean, they're all part of the same thing. So I'm going to call you up after this piece of A1. I guess you don't have to do it, but that's the preference, is that everybody comes up at the end of A1 because it all kind of is together. And then we'll entertain each one of the items separately, but we're going to ask you to come up and speak after the staff presentation and perhaps some questions here.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm not going to go into any great detail on any of these. That our staff will do that. Just want to remind the court and talk a little bit about the court of the ARPA funding issue. We started ARPA funding several years ago, and I believe that the county did an excellent job in laying out a plan on how we were going to attack that particular problem and utilize the monies that the federal government has provided Tarrant County. We had some broad categories that we thought we were going to fund. We had 4 pillars, and we allocated monies to each of those 4 pillars. In discussions with the court at that time, and also throughout our entire voyage with the ARPA funding, we knew that those categories of funding were approximates, that we didn't have a defined amount that we were going to expend because we didn't know what the projects were going to be. But we wanted to categorize that in order to create funding sources, if you will, for the projects that we were going to do. So today you're going to hear presentations dealing with both child care and with housing, supportive housing. I'd like to remind the court that with the previous court and with this court, we have gone out several times for requests for applications, and we've received those applications. And during the evaluation process, some of the applications did not meet the requirements of ARPA, so they dropped out. Of those that did meet qualifications, we funded those. And so as we have funded those 2 particular tranches, if you will, of applications, we've come to a point where that we have some monies that we're not going to expend or do not believe we're going to expend in those particular categories. As we've done historically, we've moved money around from each of these 4 categories, and depending on the needs and depending on the desires of the court. One of the things that I want to make sure that the court fully understands is that ARPA funding has a timeline on it. And it is absolutely critical that if we are not going to return funds to the federal government, that we need to meet those timelines. So when you go through the process today, remember that we have to have all of our ARPA funds encumbered by December of '24, and we have to have all projects completed by December of '26. Any funds that we have left over from any of those projects that we basically said we were going to fund effective December '24, if any funds are left over at the completion of '26, we're going to have to return those funds to the federal government. And that's one reason why we have continually moved money around, because the money that we received off of ARPA and off of CARES, we wanted it to benefit Tarrant County. And in that light, we're moving monies around back and forth in order to expend those funds, and expend those funds not only to the wishes of the last Commissioner's Court, but also to this particular Commissioner's Court. So I wanted to give you somewhat of an overview on that. When we get to item number 1, there is a revised court communication in your red folder this morning. This is something a court member had asked us to put together over the weekend. By the way, Labor Day weekend for our staff was truly a weekend where we labored, because we worked Saturday, Sunday, and Monday on this. And I just want to commend my staff, because it was a big lift, and I think that we did a pretty good job. So anyway, with that, Your Honor, members of the court, we'll be more than happy when we get to our part on this agenda, where that we explain those particular projects that we believe should be supported by the court, and the justifications for those also. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before we get to Kristen, I think there are some things that the public needs to know about our process that they won't learn just from listening to item A1. So I'd like for them to have this information before they're asked to get up and speak. Mr. Manius talked a little bit about our process in allocating funds in various categories. We didn't do that by just picking a number out of a hat. We hired a national consulting firm to do a county-wide needs assessment. And as a result of that county-wide needs assessment, we developed the 4 pillars of which Mr. Menenius spoke. And we estimated amounts of dollars that we would spend in those various categories. He is correct when he said we did not have specific projects in mind when we allocated funding. We did not know what the community capacity was to absorb that funding and to use it effectively within the time frame that the U.S. Treasury gave us to allocate and spend those dollars. So in terms of housing, we spent the money, well, we will after today, we will have spent the money in 2 different tranches, 2 separate RFPs for housing. At the end of the day, we will have spent $21.8 million on housing, which is approximately 2/3 of what we had estimated that we would spend on housing. That $21.8 million will give us 110 additional units of affordable, deeply affordable housing. And just parenthetically, I believe that all of it is in the city of Fort Worth. Because one thing with affordable and deeply affordable housing is that the tenants there must have access to public transportation in order for the housing to work for them. So $21.8 million in partnership with developers, in partnership with nonprofits, in partnership with governmental entities. On child care, if we approve the item that's on the agenda today, we will have awarded $35.2 million in child care. This will buy us, I don't know where to find that number right now, but it's 400 and some odd additional pre-K and early Head Start units spread throughout Tarrant County. which again is about 2/3 of the amount that we had estimated that we would spend. Why didn't we reach our estimate? Our estimates? Because of something they taught me in economics when I was in college. It has to do with what they call the absorption rate, which is the ability of funds to be absorbed into organizations, infrastructure, and be effectively spent. The fact that we don't have more developers planning affordable housing and deeply affordable housing so that we could have spent more of that money is regrettable. But it is what it is. The fact that we don't have more government partners willing to join with us in helping to fund affordable housing units is regrettable, but it is what it is. With all of that, we've been able to hit approximately 2/3 of our budgeted targets. And that's a heck of an improvement for homeless people, for the working poor, for those who need housing units and cannot afford them in this community. This Commissioner's Court and this staff has done a great job in planning, in inviting those who would participate to apply, in evaluating those proposals and coming up with a group of projects that we could fund that meet the federal guidelines. And when under this program, when you don't spend the money as intended, it has to be reallocated so that we can spend it on other community concerns, or at the end of the period, we've got to write a big check to the federal treasury and return what we didn't spend. So what you will see today, by the time we get through item A4, is some projects that we funded in housing, some projects we have funded in child care, some arrangements that we have made to spend dollars on public health, and a proposal to reallocate what we didn't spend in our budgeted categories to other community needs. This is the process, and we've done a good job. And I thank you all for coming down today to voice your feelings on what we've done, what we've not done, what you'd like to see us do further. We're interested in that. But be mindful of the fact that these dollars have to be spent by, they have to be allocated by 2024 and spent by 2026. And things like housing projects have a long lead time before they get to the point where they are what we call shovel ready to go when the funding hits the table. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
That's
Commissioner
all I got
Brooks.
to say.
Okay, Kristen, are you up?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Item 1 under the Administrator's section as a request for approval to award funding to the City of Arlington, the City of Fort Worth, and Tarrant County College District for the development of child care facilities as part of Tarrant County's American Rescue Plan Act program. What you have in your red folders is the updated court communication that GK referenced. Attachment A has been updated to include not only the amount being proposed in the ARPA budget reallocations today, but also the 15% and 30% contingency numbers that were provided by Child Care Associates as a partner in the RFA. If you would like to review that for a minute and ask any questions you have, I'll be happy to entertain those. Also, requesting approval of what's being proposed or any other motions.
Yeah, walk me through the contingency piece.
Sure. So if you look on the chart you have here, you'll see the proposed project cost, the partner contribution proposal, and then the net there is what was essentially requested, the gap from us. If you add a 15% contingency for labor or material increases, just any other change orders that may come on the project, and add that to the total proposed cost, back out the partner contribution, you'll see the updated ARPA request with contingency listed. Same thing for 30%. So it's essentially just making sure that you have all the numbers in front of you.
So,
Is this what we're looking at?
No. It's this one, ma'am.
so what was presented to us, I think each court member got something several days ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where the staff said, all right, here's what we're recommending.
Yes, sir.
And now this 15 and 30% thing is in addition to what you had previously recommended.
Those are other funding options, other funding alternatives should the court wish to add contingency to the programs.
So contingency is if Tarrant County awards money from ARPA to whatever entity it is. From there, it's up to that entity to decide how to build the building, what they're doing, where they're cutting costs, where they're adding. It's not up to Tarrant County. We lose all oversight once we cut the check, correct?
It would be a reimbursement program, so they're expected to supply the capital up front and be reimbursed as the program progresses. So there are opportunities periodically for review and oversight of expenditures. Child Care Associates currently has a contract with Tarrant County to act as the owner's rep on these projects. So staff would be working side by side with them to also monitor and ensure efficient use of funds.
So the total additional request over what we were presented as your recommendation is how much total?
Depending on the contingency amount to be considered, if you were to consider a 15% contingency on each award, the total would be $21,663,000. If you considered a 30% contingency, the total would be $25,375. I think I said that wrong. $23,375,000.
Okay, so 21
Or
and
25,
change, kind
yeah.
of ridiculous to refer to that as change.
Yes,
And then
25.
25
Yes, sir.
and change. And then what's the number now?
The number that is included in the budget reallocation under item 4 is $15,500,000.
Okay, so where does the additional $6 million or $10 million come from? And how did that get to us between Friday and today?
How did that get to you between Friday and today? This additional information, it's always existed.
The 15 to 30.
The contingency amounts,
Uh-huh.
those were provided by Child Care Associates along with the summary of proposals from the RFA.
Okay.
In order to make, to come up with the budget in item 4, staff worked to program in the proposed amount of $15,500. As GK referred to earlier, the request from a court member to add the contingency amount occurred over the weekend, and that's why you're getting it today.
Yeah. Okay. So the 5.5, the 6 million, or the 10 million.
Correct.
Where would that come from?
It would require a reconfiguration of the allocations being presented in item 4.
Okay.
I think what the judge is trying to get to is that typically when we fund a project with a private, either for-profit or not-for-profit entity to build something, there's already a contingency built into their numbers when they're submitted to us. Was there a contingency built into these child care construction numbers?
These are, I don't know. These are the answers that were, these are the amounts that were provided by the proposing entities. These are the project costs provided by City of Fort Worth, City of Arlington, and Tarrant County College as the estimated budgets for these facilities.
I share the judge's concern that the first time I've seen this, Kristen, is today. The escalated numbers. They may have always existed, but what we were presented with as staff recommendations was 15.5. And clear, and then it's helpful for our partners, too, to know exactly what Tarrant County's capacity is. Whether it's 15.5 or whether it's 25, it's helpful for our partner agencies during the RFP process or RFA process to know exactly what we're willing to commit to. So I don't like voting on a number 15.5 and saying, okay, well, we may spend another $6 million on this. And that just doesn't sit right, especially with projects that have to be completed by 26 and funding that has to be finally allocated by 24. I don't see in any scenario in which an agency that's got another $6 million sitting out there in possible Tarrant County funding isn't going to try to capture that funding.
Right.
Well, I'm interested in this because the suggested $15.5 million child care project funding price is $10 million less than what this county, through a community-led process, like Commissioner Brooks mentioned, originally planned to spend in ARPA funding for child care facility development. So we're making a huge cut, and I'm interested in looking at the contingencies.
Okay, so go ahead,
I'm
Commissioner Brooks.
interested in seeing that these projects are done timely and under budget. But contingencies generally won't come into play until the end of a project. And if they don't come into play at all, then we have lost our ability to reprogram that money. And we're locked in at that point into just writing a check back to the Treasury because we didn't spend the money. If there are already contingencies built into these projects, then we don't need to add additional contingencies, in my estimation.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. The other issue on this is it would not be sound business practices for us to sit here as a court and try to figure out while we're sitting here in the next 10 or 15 minutes on where the $6 million or where the $10 million is coming from. So either we need to approve, if we're going to approve the $15.5 million, or we need to take the whole thing off the agenda and go back to the drawing board.
We would need to take item 4 off the agenda, yes, sir. Item 1 and 4.
1 and 4, yeah. So I will make a motion. We will have public comment shortly. I will make a motion that we approve the staff recommended $15.5 million expenditure for the child care facilities.
I'll second that. And I don't want to distract, I don't know where this came from, but I don't want to distract from the hard work that Kara Waddell, Child Care Associates, Willie Rankin, their incredible team has done to help us come to the 15.5 with this latest RFA. I think that we're doing incredible work for child care, and I'm happy to support the 15.5.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we do public comments? All right. first up on public comments, I have Janet Mattern. And this will be 3 minutes each. There's a clock somewhere up there you can see. I'm going to call the person behind so they can be ready to go. After Ms. Mattern is Merle Glasscock.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Janet Mattern. I reside in Tarrant County. I'm the Vice President of Program for the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County, but I am speaking for myself today. I urge the county judge and county commissioners to vote against the proposed reallocation of ARPA funds. From an excerpt of TAC, Texas Association of Counties, ARPA funds have the following eligible uses: support public health response, replace lost public sector revenue, assist households, small businesses, nonprofits, or industries, provide premium pay for workers who perform essential work, invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. From the Fort Worth report, the county conducted a needs assessment in January 2022 to determine the highest priority issues for the county. The assessment resulted in a spending framework centered around 4 goals: to improve public health, to revitalize the economy, strengthen the community, and prepare for the future. These assessments include input from the public and had several roundtable sessions. From TAC again, county government is not only government by the people and government for the people, it is government among the people. So the county must put the needs of the people first. I have not seen an updated assessment as to why we now have a community priority shift that identifies that we need a new training center for the Sheriff's Department. I am against spending money on a new building for the Sheriff's Department. We have adequate training facilities currently. I am also very much against putting our county inmates in a private prison system. This is a waste of taxpayer dollars, and this will be something we will be paying for a long time. The best way to ensure residents have a thriving and successful lives is for our county to serve the underserved community by funding the priority issues identified through the original needs assessment. Please vote against the proposed reallocation of ARPA funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Glasscock is Lon Burnham.
Good morning. I am Merle Glasscock. My comments are my own. How in the world can you even think about voting on whether to defund already promised funds from child care, housing, and public health? This is cruel and brutal behavior. It is debilitating to people already struggling even to survive. A crisis is rising up in Fort Worth, Tarrant County. Find a way to change things, get things done quicker. Even people with vouchers can't get affordable housing. Housing is a basic need. More housing has become available, but it is still not enough. I have a friend who is homeless. My friend has a full-time job, yet my friend cannot afford housing. My friend does sleep in the car. Overcrowding in the jails is a nationwide problem. Many solutions to getting the jail population down are available. If you did that, then you could prevent overcrowding the jail again by providing for people's basic needs, which then could stop the pipeline to crime. Then take basic steps to address mental health by getting appropriate care and structure in mental health facilities. Why not leave a legacy of change that actually can make a difference? Thank you for your time.
Following Mr. Burnham is Lorraine, I believe it's Rogson? Rogson.
Good morning, everyone. As many of you know, I was here last week. I'm Lon Burnham. Last week I was representing the Sierra Club. I'm not officially representing the Sierra Club today, but it is consistent with our national policy that we would oppose number 4. I'm going to talk about that a little bit in my 3 minutes, but I'm going to start with a thank you to Commissioner Brooks, because I think he offered a very important explanation of how we got where we are. But I would have to disagree with staff reports that they've done a really good job getting this thus far. And I would have to disagree with my Commissioner Ramirez with the notion that we're doing a really good job in any of these areas. My wife worked for the Tarrant County Child Care Association over 40 years ago. Our services in that arena were inadequate then, and all we have to do is to look at your jail population to know that our services there have been inadequate for the last 40 years. So let's talk about addressing some problems at the root, as opposed to the end product of these problems. And I'm going to start with the wide rumor that people in Tarrant County government are being asked whether or not they're woke by certain elected officials. Let me tell you, I was woke in my home in the 50s and at Western Hills Baptist Church in the early 50s and 60s, and I was reawoken when I was 10 years old and 10 little girls were killed in their church at worship. I'm woke and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my religious upbringing, and I understand the message of Jesus. And Jesus said, do right, love all the children. Jesus loves all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white. Do right by our children and do right by the prisoners. Many people of the Christian faith believe they are supposed to visit and help the incarcerated. You guys are doing the opposite. I don't care what you claim your faith is, you are not doing what Jesus asked you to do. And further, you're exasperating the situation. And you are not being physically responsible. You're being physically irresponsible in many of the activities that you've done this year. So please, reassess. Number 4, do not pass that today. Act like what you claim you are to be. Christians serving Jesus, doing right to the poor and oppressed, doing right for children, and doing right for the incarcerated. Thank you for your time.
Following Ms. Rogson is Ryan Price.
Okay, I hope I've got this slow enough. I'm Lorraine Rogson. I'm originally from Arlington and now live in Fort Worth, near downtown. I'm in several of the groups that have been mentioned at various times, but I speak for myself. Many people here will be talking primarily about child care and affordable housing. I choose to talk about public health. I think we need to retain the $10 million allocation for the public health department. For many of us in the middle class, public health most of the time is invisible. We don't have to take our children there to get our school shots. Hopefully we don't need a discrete test for STDs. We don't know what goes behind the scenes that is vital and critical. This is some of the lab testing for commonly known diseases. This is testing water for infested mosquitoes. and collecting the statistics as to what is going on in terms of contagious disease out there. This is something we need to know, you all need to know. Well, so we haven't noticed the public health department much until COVID. We found out that most public health departments in the United States, including Caron County, were probably underfunded. Now we started seeing our public health department executive, ours and Dallas's county, on the news all night. And I want to say he did a great job in the mass inoculation when the first vaccine came out. Well, the $10 million is needed for both regular functions to keep them up and running and not getting behind, and keeping tabs specifically on COVID. Updated boosters will need to be paid for and administered to people. Information, reliable information, needs to be disseminated to the general public. And one thing about public health, you can expect the unexpected. It's hard to talk about contingencies and when you have to use it by. You need to hold off not having it, because who knows what will happen between now and 2024. You don't know. I don't know. None of us are epidemiologists. So I support keeping public health funding and all the allocations intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Price is Lyndia Thomas.
Reverend Price.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Court. My name is Ryan Price, and I'm the senior pastor of Broadway Baptist Church, where, at the recent request of the city of Fort Worth, our staff and volunteers are currently making preparations to shelter 20 or so unhoused families, up to 100 unhoused individuals, beginning later this week. City officials say we are facing a crisis of unsheltered families who can't find adequate housing in our community. They have vouchers to help them with rent, but there is nowhere for them to lay their head. Imagine my bewilderment then when I learned that our county is planning to take millions of dollars previously allocated for affordable housing and purportedly redirected to the expansion of a private for-profit jail, with public officials implying that housing need no longer be a priority concern. This is patently false, and these families trying to fall asleep in their cars all hot summer long beg to differ. The Broadway Justice Committee was already categorically opposed to the expansion and privatization of the Tarrant County Jail. Our county's contract with this private jail was wrong from the beginning. But how much more wrong is it now to take the scraps that belong to the children and use them to feed the twin beasts of mass incarceration and corporate privatization? Why can we not imagine another solution to society's ills other than more jails? Why not prioritize a more humane approach towards a more holistic vision? Why not invest in families' futures? Why not get at the root causes, housing, healthcare, childcare, education, rather than keep settling for the bitter fruits of prosecution and detention? Bitter and strange fruit, indeed. I implore the county to reconsider its course. Our community deserves better, and these families and their children deserve better. I close with a word from the prophet Isaiah, who said, "Restore. For this is a people robbed and plundered. All of them are snared in holes, and they are hidden in prison houses. They are for prey, and no one delivers, for plunder, and no one says, restore. Commissioners, today we do say restore. Restore this money to its rightful place and people.
Following Dr. Thomas, I'll have everyone removed if you're going to do that. We're not doing that here. Understand that. Okay? Following Dr. Thomas is Lester Merriweather.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lydia Thomas, and I am with the Justice Network as well as First Missionary Baptist Church and DFW Ministry, but I'm here speaking on my behalf and my concerns. I listened to Commissioner Brooks, and I respect the fact that you all had a national firm to determine where the needs were. And after you laid out all the things that you said, only 2/3 of the money is being used, and the justification you gave was not acceptable to me. I feel like those ARPA funds should be used for the housing of the least of us. The ARPA funds should be used for the health and to also improve this county. We talk about the 21.8 million on housing, but only 2/3 of it is going to be used. And I'm asking you to please consider reassessing number 4. We, the people of Tarrant County, depend on you to help the least of us. When you're given funds, please do not give these funds to rebuild a sheriff building. We don't need more police departments, more buildings of that sort. We need to look at how we are incarcerating people, first of all, because a lot of those people who has misdemeanors really shouldn't be occupying those jails in the first place. Amen. You really should, instead of building more buildings, look at how you can rehabilitate the people that really shouldn't be there long term. The families need them. You can help yourself and help this county by releasing a lot of those people so they can go and work to improve their conditions. If we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to keep getting what we're getting. Yeah. So I'm asking you all, please reassess number 4.
Thank you. Following Mr. Merriweather is Reverend Paige Hines.
Judge O'Hare and Commissioners, thank you for your work and for the opportunity to speak to you. I reside in Tarrant County. I'm a member of Broadway Baptist Church. My remarks are my own. One of the things that has brought us to this moment today is, in fact, changes that have occurred in the landscape here in our county. Those changes are alleged to be what is required to change the allocation for the funding. I would like to speak to you in terms of what we've already heard this morning, a testament that we have county employees who are willing to work on a holiday weekend. We have employees here who have worked 5, 10, 15, 25, 35 years. So I don't think the talent pool is lacking in our county for coming up with creative solutions to find ways to use the money that was allocated in ways that it was intended. I believe these are things that will reduce the need for enlarging the sheriff's training facility and shipping family members 270 miles away from their support. So what I'd like to ask you to do is be creative and use the resources that we have here in Tarrant County so that we can find the appropriate ways to spend the money that has been allocated for the priorities of the 2022 survey that was done. I think that's the way we're going to see real change here. I'm reminded of a conversation I had last Thursday night at my church's agape meal for primarily homeless people in Tarrant County. Jesse said, I live in my truck because although I had an apartment, I couldn't afford it any longer. And he still finds ways to buy a cup of coffee or a breakfast sandwich for people that he encounters as he makes his way to his work. I believe that we can do a better job. Tarrant County is full of talented people. I encourage you to be thinking of ways not just to respond to changes in the landscape, but to make positive changes in the landscape so that Tarrant County will be an example to people across this country of the way to do things right, to help the poor, and to make this a wonderful place that it can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Following Reverend Hines, we have Stella Fair.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Reverend Paige Hines, and I live in Tarrant County. I know you know this, but I feel it's always worth re-mentioning. The way we spend our money speaks volumes about our priorities. That's true as individuals, as organizations, and as a county. I believe most of us would say that we prioritize our children. Yet here today, in this court, you're planning to take away pledged money from our most vulnerable, our children. Our children who need access to affordable child care. We say we prioritize our children. However, Tarrant County has some of the highest number of families, that means children, currently living outdoors and in cars. So here today, this court plans to vote to reduce pledged funding for permanent supportive housing, funding that would provide access to affordable housing for families, for our children, long term. We say we prioritize our children, but instead the plan here today is to decrease funding for public health. Public health that would provide vitally important health care for children and for children's parents and caregivers, adults that they depend on to take care of them. As you know, that when a child's parent is sick, that parent can't care for that child the way that the parent wants to and the way that that parent needs to. After COVID, we should have learned that health care for everyone is vital to the health care for the entire community. If Tarrant County does not have the capacity to absorb these funds in these priority areas that have been identified as priorities, if we don't have the capacity, but yet we have an overwhelming need in these areas, then I would respectfully request that this court, these commissioners, county judge, that you guys find a way to be a bridge so that we can find ways to provide funding that we have to the areas that are needed in this county, and not just walk away from those needs and provide funding for areas like a training center for the Sheriff's Department, which has not been identified as a need. Please, don't walk away from our most vulnerable citizens. Find a way to be a bridge. Find a way to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Fair is Margaret Russell.
I would first like to thank you for allowing me to speak before this court. I urge you not to defund the community services so desperately needed by our most vulnerable citizens. Funds for housing, public health, and child care that were previously committed should be used for the purposes for which they were intended and not diverted elsewhere. I can't help but wonder what the response would be if the situation were reversed. What position would this court take if it were suggested that funds committed and promised for the construction of a law enforcement training center be reallocated for other purposes? I dare say that the expressions of outrage would be deafening, and rightfully so. I, like I am sure everyone in this room, support and have nothing but the utmost respect for those who take on the responsibility and the risk to serve and protect their fellow citizens. They should be provided the best training possible to do their jobs in a safe and effective way. However, we don't have to do this on the backs of those among us who need a roof over their heads, or medical care, or access to quality child care so that they can work to support their families. Therefore, I urge you to reconsider your position in this case. Do the right thing by keeping intact those funds that were already committed to help provide housing, public health, and child care for those in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Russell is Michael Bell.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is Margaret Russell. I live in Saginaw, but I worship in Richland Hills at Calvary Lutheran. I speak for myself today, but there we do a ministry with Room in the Inn, which I think there's a number of other churches here today that do that, where we provide refreshment and hospitality on the coldest nights of the year and hottest nights of the year to our homeless population. So we're Tuesday people at Calvary Lutheran. And I have learned that there are as many causes of homelessness as there are homeless people on the streets. But what I have learned are consistencies among them all, is that none of them thought it was where they would be. And that building a scaffold out of it is harder than any of us might imagine, for reasons that some of we've heard already today. The solution often advised for them is to get a job, work hard, and earn their way out. But that requires a lot more than maybe what they have available. The scaffold that's required for that needs to be built on a firm foundation. And these folks are trying to build a scaffold out of the resources they have available to them on shifting sand of their current lives. I imagine it like the Tinker Toys that we built as children, elaborate and tall, but it won't hold a man and it won't hold a family. That requires a better base, a more permanent base, one that looks like home. The projects that are being considered for the funding that's available, that's left, such as the jails, is not unlinked to this problem of homelessness, as we've already heard. In fact, one quite often leads to the other and then back again in a cycle. It's the desperate story of despair, but it brings to mind another story of despair, which is a bleeding wound in a person, spilling blood, so much so that the current gauze can't contain it. We can get more gauze, bigger gauze, or we can get better and improved gauze, but that won't stop the problem. We have to go to its source, which in this case is where the bleeding begins, the families and the people that live on the streets. And if they have a firm base, I think that can begin to be the solution for their problems. So I ask you to continue to invest in these people, to vote against the reallocation of these funds, so that we might help these people do what you and I will do today at the end of a long and hot day, and go back to a place called home. And so I ask you to please help the least of these find their way home. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Bell is Alan Bean.
Pastor Bell.
Dr. Bell. Respectfully, Commissioners, I'm Dr. Michael Bell. I'm convener of Unity in the Community Coalition, a consortium of 35-plus community leaders and organizations, and senior pastor of Greater St. Stephen First Church, Fort Worth. And I stand to oppose the proposed amendments to the Tarrant County ARPA Fiscal Recovery Funds Program budget. I'm almost certain that everyone on the dais and those who oppose and support this diversion of funds know the original intent of the ARPA dollars. And I'm quoting directly from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, their characterization of ARPA as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting economic downturn, which have been exacerbated by historical racial injustices, end quote. These monies were designed and awarded to provide permanent affordable housing, along with funding for public health and early child care. No matter how we recast and spin the narrative that makes it okay to reallocate these monies, whether we claim that the clock is ticking and these monies have to be spent within a specified time frame, or we postulate that the landscape is changing. This proposed reallocation literally takes money from the underserved and the marginalized and where it is really needed and gives it to an already robust law enforcement budget. I get this is the best way to spend these funds rhetoric, and I understand the advantages of reinterpreting this obvious injustice to make it appear to be a better, more favorable, more beneficial rewarding of these monies so the public is benefited. But the truth is, this proposed reduction in housing spending comes at a time when homelessness, and by the way, Fort Worth has the fourth largest, highest homeless population in Texas, with Texas being the state with the fifth highest homeless population out of 50 states. Homelessness in Fort Worth is at record highs across our county, coupled with the fact that most of the homeless shelters in this county are overpopulated. This proposal aims to cut health care at a time when COVID-19 virus is resurging and the need for affordable housing for affordable child care, is increasing. No matter how the narrative is spun, anyone who can walk and chew gum at the same time knows that this is wrong and needs to be revisited, not approved.
Thank you. Following Mr. Bean is Nan Terry.
My name is Alan Bean. I am a resident of Arlington and a member of Broadway Baptist Church. When I think about issues like mass incarceration and affordable housing, I think about Jesus. I think a lot of us do. And rather than speaking for Jesus, I'd like to give Jesus a chance to speak for himself, not by randomly cherry-picking my favorite verses, but by using the first recorded words that Jesus spoke in his public ministry as recorded by St. Luke, and the last recorded words as recorded by St. Matthew. When he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. And he unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to preach good news." Other translations say, "Bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those who are oppressed, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord." And then the final words in the public ministry of Jesus as recorded by St. Matthew. "When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory. All the nations will be gathered before him. All the municipalities will be gathered before him. All the counties will be gathered before him. And he will separate people from one another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And he will put the sheep at his right hand and his goats at the left. And then the king will say to those at his right hand, 'Come ye, who are blessed by my Father. Inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger. I was homeless, and you welcomed me. I was naked, and you gave me clothing. I was sick, and you took care of me. I was in a crowded prison, and you visited me.' And then the righteous will answer him, 'Lord, when was it that we saw you hungry and gave you food, or thirsty and gave you drink? When was it that we saw you as a stranger and welcomed you, or naked and gave you clothing? When was it that we saw you sick or in prison and visited you?'
Sir, your time is up.
And the king will answer them, 'Verily I tell you, as you did it to one of these, the least of my brothers and sisters,
thank you.
You did it to me.'"
Following Ms. Terry, we have Peter Vance Slot.
Good morning. My name is Nan Terry. I'm a resident of Tarrant County.
I am concerned about our future, and I speak for myself. I would like to thank county staff for fixing the online public participation form over the weekend. Thank you. Do you know the impacts of funding 100 additional affordable housing units? I appreciate your comments on how we making the sausage this morning. That helped. During this delay of A4, could you reopen the bid process to see if additional bidders will come forward based on this outpouring of opposition? Do you know the impact of decreasing the Head Start expansion by $9.8 million? According to Read First Fort Worth, the earliest years of life are critical to the child's future, academic success, and economic prosperity. Research shows that 90% of the brain is developed by the time a person is 5 years old. And this early development has a strong correlation between economic prosperity. For every $1 invested in early childhood, a community saves $7 in long-term costs, such as educational remediation, criminal justice, and welfare. By these figures, future taxpayers will pay $68.6 million for these cuts in Head Start. Do you know the impacts of cutting the public health budget? Uptick of COVID hospitalization in North Texas is being reported by the DFW Hospital Council. How will you react if these increases continue? No extra cleaning for your employees? Per local media, we lost jailers to COVID. What impact will have cutting the cleaning budget for employee health, welfare, and retention? Do you have a plan? Voltaire said, in general, the art of government consists of taking as much money as possible from one class of citizens to give to another. When you vote, which class are you giving the money to? Are you giving it to our future with a vote for Head Start? Are you giving it to our Tarrant County workers who could live in affordable housing? Are you giving it to public health to keep our residents safe? I'm thankful for you spending 2/3 of the money, but maybe my math is old school. But 2/3 is still 66 to 67%, which when I went to school was a failing grade. I wish that during the prior commissioners' court hearings, you had brought this lack of adequate bidders for affordable housing and childcare toward the public's attention. Maybe we could have avoided these discussions. Please find a way to be the bridge.
Thank you. Following Mr. Vance Slot is Kennedy Jones.
I'd like to begin by restating somewhat the obvious, that this $20 million facility that's being discussed is not the end of a list of expenditures. It's going to require additional staffing, and this is going to be a permanent obligation on the part of the county. And I'd like to also note that in my experience, every week as a volunteer at the Crossroads Ministry, which is supported by First Presbyterian, I encounter homelessness firsthand. I get to know a lot of these people. The problem is real. It's not easy to solve, but this is not a time to be taking funds away from those who would like to get off the street. It's a time when we take a broader look at our community and invest in the people who need funds to become productive citizens in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Pastor Jones, we have Geraldine Jackie Cox.
To this esteemed court, commissioners, I stand before you to ask you to vote against this issue. The reason why I say that is that I know the responsibilities of your office as you do, to take care of the roads, the buildings, but also to be responsive to the particular needs of the people within the districts and the areas where you are representing. The question is not do you know their child care, social needs. Question is, do you care? How much do you really care? To redirect monies that was meant for social needs and child care needs. And I can say this because I'm the president of Arlington Ministerial Association. I'm the president of the Arlington NAACP. I've walked among these people that are homeless. I walked the halls of JPS, of Harris, in the emergency room, but also of Arlington Memorial and Medical City Arlington. And I've seen what happens when you don't have the necessary resources that so many others have. And to take money that has already been designated for them and then repurpose it for something else, especially for a training facility for law enforcement, seems to, on the pretext that we could not use it adequately or fully, or it could not be absorbed. To me, it sounds dubious and questionable at best. But if it sounds that way to me, think about how it's going to sound to your constituents when it comes time for the next election. We've got a jail that has some friends of mine that work there. But that jail is a stain upon our community. We have more deaths in our jail per capita than almost any other jail in the United States. It is a stain upon our community. Before redirecting money to the jail, I would say,
your time is up.
Let us fix the problems.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Ms. Cox is next. Following Ms. Cox will be Patricia, is it Seitz or Seltz? I can't read it. Seitz.
Judge O'Hare, thank you for hitting the reset button on these items. I think that we are now at a time when we can again focus on what are the serious problems in our community that we should address with our federal funds. What we know is that Tarrant County has had very low scores on maternal mortality and infant mortality. That is not a glory spot for us. And we are now in a position where you're about to take away funding from the hospital district. So maybe what we should do is look at whether some of this money that is on the list I just handed you for increased budgets or decreased budgets should be reallocated in a different way. The Law Enforcement Training Center got quite a bit of press coverage earlier. You were proposing to put $11 million into it. And as I remember the press coverage, it was that Judge Whitley was of the opinion that we would be better off to use physical space at the Tarrant County Community Colleges. We have a bunch of them. You could pick one. But I think the one that is in far northeast is already best equipped for things like training for police officers. And I think we should also consider that the two different kinds of training are really needed for the Sheriff's Department workforce. You don't need the same kind of training for jailers as you need for deputies who are out in the field. You have very few deputies out in the field. You have a bunch of jailers, really a lot of them. And I don't think the jailers necessarily need the target practice that you get in an armory. So please reconsider whether there are things that you can do with this $11 million that are proposed for the training center
that will take care of your most basic needs for law enforcement training, because I appreciate the fact that your staff need training, and I know the staff are hard to find because the Fort Worth Police Department also have troubles hiring now. I wish you the very best with your hiring efforts, but I don't necessarily, I think you should just reconsider. Is it really important to put $11 million into a training center? If we don't have enough vendors who want to expand the supportive housing for the homeless that you put out an RFP for, can you get your staff to focus in closely on what else we can do with our money that will help to reduce the problems of the homeless? Because they are becoming acute, and they're becoming more acute.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Seitz, we have Elizabeth Roper.
Commissioners, good afternoon. I'm here today as a private citizen to speak against the reallocation of the American Rescue Plan Act funds. These funds were intended to help communities recover from the effects of the COVID pandemic. The original budget included items for public health, an obviously appropriate use of the money, especially with the current upsurge in COVID cases. Having spent 40 years in the medical field, I wholeheartedly support the comments of the previous speakers on public health applications. The original budget also included funding for supportive housing to assist homeless persons and funding for child care, two areas also negatively impacted by the pandemic. I have personal experience with the homeless population from hundreds of hours of volunteering with a nonprofit at the True Worth Homeless Center. Multiple times, I saw the elation that came when a client found an apartment. It was almost like winning the lottery. Obtaining housing is crucial to finding a way out of homelessness and should not be that difficult or rare. The current proposal aims to redirect those funds to a police training center and to place inmates in private prisons. It is my understanding that a contract for such placement in a facility 200 miles from Fort Worth has already been signed, so obviously you must find funds to pay for that. The wisdom or folly of allowing a corporation to profit by keeping people in prison is a separate debate. It is also my understanding that this contract was approved just last week, a mere 4 business days ago. Surely you can spend the time to find a funding source more appropriate for criminal justice expenditures than taking support from the homeless, public health, and children. I urge you to use the funds for the originally budgeted items. I urge you to help break the cycle of homelessness by funding supportive housing for homeless persons, even if it requires expanding public transportation, even if the funded projects are not brick-and-mortar ones with long lead times. I urge you to fund childcare so parents can continue to stay in the workforce. I urge you to continue with the already planned expansion of Head Start, which is crucially important. Please do the right thing. Allocate these funds for the purposes originally intended by the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Roper, we have Susan Harper.
My name is Elizabeth Roper, and I'm a resident of Fort Worth. And I'll begin by saying 2 things. I realize that experiential evidence is terrible rhetoric, and I do want you to know that the story I'm going to tell you has made me more convicted of one thing than I even was before, that I serve a God that doesn't make garbage. The eyes and hearts and actions of folks do, okay? I'm really against the way that this funding is being reallocated, and I do appreciate your explanation, Mr. Brooks. I especially appreciate the probing question, Ms. Simmons, that you asked about the child care. Okay, so what happened is I became a statistic, and so did another individual. I was in my home, minding my own business. Someone knocked the door off the hinges and came in and assaulted me at gunpoint, robbed me, and terrorized me. The police did an outstanding job. I'm not here to talk about defunding the police, all right? Alex Kim did the Alex Kim thing. Yay. Let me tell you about another statistic person, the 15-year-old child who did this. 15, not about 16, not nearly 16, barely 15 years old. The reason that he did this is because he perceived, and is probably right, that no person loved him. No person protected him, so he turned to what was there, what was available: gangs, violence, glorification of a life spent in prison. And he will spend 22 years in prison if he does not get a reprieve, because the system is the way that it is, because the system is broken. There is so much room in our lives for improvement. We are doing better. Resting on the laurels of better prevents me from doing the best. This child attended Southwest High School. I know this because I know an administrator there very well. He made it one day, and when his mother showed up, she was completely checked out. She was incapable of understanding what was going on. There were not people there willing or able to help him because there's no funding. Please, please, even if we do take this money away from where it was allocated, let's spend it, to maybe train the police to be compassionate, to know how to reach out to the marginalized populations, the developmentally challenged, the unloved teenagers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Following Ms. Harper, we have Sharon Hines.
Judge O'Hare, I remember you. I remember you from the articles that I read when you were in Farmers Branch. And I see from your actions regarding JPS and reducing their funding that you brought those same attitudes regarding the poor, the indigent, the homeless, and immigrants with you to Fort Worth, and I wish you'd send them back. I'm here to advocate for the way that these funds were originally designed to be spent. If you want law enforcement to have more help, I suggest to you that you train them to use the diversion center instead of dumping everybody into the jail. If you want the law enforcement to have more help, then I suggest that those 60 to 65% of the people in jails be winnowed out, and those that can be sent to MHMR or the diversion center. And furthermore, I suggest that the police learn how to give citations instead of taking people to jail. Many of the people in the jail are there because they cannot afford the less than $500 bail. Why not abolish cash bail and give judges alternative procedures to impose pretrial detention? It would really winnow down the numbers of people that we have stuck in jails. My final comment to you is what my mother would have said to me were she still alive. Would y'all please clean up your house before I give you more money to spend? Thank you.
So following Ms. Hines, we have Byron Griffith.
Good morning, Judge O'Hara and Commissioners.
Morning.
I am Air Force Major retired Sharon Hines. I'm a member of Circle of Christ, which is First Presbyterian in Mount Moriah Church, and I'm also a member of the Justice Network. But I'm here to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. My first question is, what are we doing here? Is this intentional? I'm surprised that today we get to go before noon, because I sat here last time from 9:30 to 2:45 while my niece had to pick up her grandchild, and I never even got a chance to speak. When we come to these settings, we have to bring our medication with us, our phone chargers with us, and enough money to pay for all-day parking. I attended a seminar at Crossroads a couple of weekends ago, and I think we were homeless for like 2 hours. I think it was 2 hours which was equivalent to 2 months. I got in my Jeep and cried. I have been working with homeless people my entire life. I sent a kid home from college to tell my mother to keep him because he timed out of home being, juvenile. So I've been dealing with homelessness. And yeah, people are going to say some people choose to be homeless, but nobody chooses to put their family out there. And we're talking families. And the Tarrant County Homeless Coalition said they serve 45 people living in cars, families. Yeah, you may choose to go rogue, but you don't take your families with you. In 2022, Judge Whitley promised $32.5 million for affordable housing. What happened to the promise? Who's looking out for the citizens? I'm reminded of a poem I saw just recently. It's called Stubborn Ounces. To one who doubts the worth of doing anything, if you can't do everything, you say the little efforts that I made will do no good. They never will prevail to tip the hovering scale where justice hangs in balance. I don't think I ever thought they would. But I'm prejudiced beyond debate in favor of my right to choose which side shall feel the stubborn ounces of my weight. And that is why I'm appealing to you again today to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. And I'm a disabled veteran trying to speak for other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Griffith, we have Doreen Geiger.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. And particularly, I want to say thank you to Commissioner Brooks for the explanation around the absorption rate for how funds can be spent and absorbed in the community for big projects like supportive housing. I appreciate that because that was a kind of an explanation that I was really lacking coming into this meeting. I was very confused. And I hope that maybe you can appreciate maybe what some of us felt like when a $30 million change in the budget is put on the agenda Friday afternoon before a holiday weekend, and then the online sign-up system goes down that same weekend. It just starts to feel a little weird. And so it really helped to have that explanation. But I have to concur with some of the speakers who have spoken before that 67% of the objective is simply not good enough. I mean, it's okay. We're on the right direction, but we should be able to do much better. And I guess my question would be, going back to the contingency conversation that we had before, certainly it could have been foreseen that some of the RFP candidates would not have fulfilled all the criteria. I can't imagine that's the first time that's ever happened. So then I guess my question is, what was the backup plan, or was there a backup plan to consider what would we do with the funds if we don't have enough eligible submissions? And I'm not hearing today that there was such a backup plan. Maybe there was. I'm happy to hear about that. But that's the kind of determination that I think you have to show if you're really committed to achieving an objective. And it goes to speaking to the staff and how hard they work. It's not a matter of working hard. I appreciate how hard they work. It's how we work and what objective to which we work, right? If that same amount of effort had been spent with the contingency plan on what we do with those funds, if we don't have enough good RFPs, we wouldn't be having this conversation, I feel. Finally, in my last minute, I just have to strongly object to sending $20 million to a for-profit prison 4 hours away as a way to solve this problem. The problems with for-profit prisons have been well documented. And I checked, and I'm glad to say that the state of Texas, Texas-wide, has actually decreased its use in prison, for-profit prisons over the last 20 years. So why in the world is Tarrant County going the other direction, even for the rest of the state? It's a terrible idea. I urge you to vote no today. Reconsider how this funds might be spent in a way with other organizations that are in the community. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Following Ms. Geiger, we have Becky DeLon.
Thank you. My comments are my own. Child care, housing, and public health are three of the most pressing issues facing our county, and taking money away from these to fund the new Law Enforcement Training Academy would be a huge mistake. Please don't spend millions to house our inmates in the for-profit jail 274 miles away in Post, Texas. Our jail system consists of 5 facilities, but due to lack of staffing, not all 5 are in operation. I believe the Cold Springs jail might not be operating at all. I have heard our sheriff wants to build a new, larger jail. That will not solve the problems. Even if you build a new jail twice the size, you will not be able to staff it. It will still be full of immigrants and people who are suffering from mental illness. 9 months ago, I was told by the sheriff there were 183 inmates who were not competent to stand trial and 344 immigrants on ICE hold. Why not take the following steps? Sue the state of Texas to demand our inmates who are not competent to stand trial be taken into state hospitals. Sue the state of Texas for not accepting our inmates who are tried, convicted, sentenced, and ready to go to state prisons. Write the federal ICE administrators and tell them we do not have the staffing to continue our ICE contract with the feds to house their immigrants. Break the contract and tell ICE they have 90 days to pick up all their inmates in our jail system being held on ICE holds only. For the ICE detainees also being held on local charges, schedule their trials right away so they can be turned over to the feds ASAP after any sentence served from their trials. The feds and state will continue to take advantage of Tarrant County as long as you allow them. Instead of planning to build a new jail, why not build a county mental health and addiction detox hospital for inmates? The facility could provide security, housing, and medical care for hundreds of the inmates currently in our jail system. Many stakeholders might form a public-private partnership with Tarrant County, cities, MHMR, JPS, Mental Health Association, foundations, and private donors who want better mental health care available.
Thank you. Your time is up. Following Ms. DeLon, we have Carol Sherman Gonzalez.
Hello, I'm Becky DeLon, and I'm representing myself. There is much being written about our culture having turned into groups of us and them, and the tendency in our society to group people accordingly. Those we consider to be others are too often considered inferior, ignorant, disposable, and fully to blame for their circumstance. We all know that's wrong. I'm asking you today to consider treating others as you would wish to be treated, as you would wish your own family members, your children, and loved ones to be treated when life might deal them a trying hand. Today, I would like to address overcrowding in the Tarrant County Jail, particularly in reference to transporting inmates to Garza County. There are options for this court, and there are options for addressing overcrowding with respect to the inmates. The inmates have no options. They have no resources. They have no voice. About overcrowding, I would like to promote or speak out for cite and release. More than 20% of Tarrant County arrests could be legally avoided with a citation. In 2022, in response for not voting for a contract supporting sending 432 inmates to Garza County, Commissioner Brooks defined the problem as the DA, the judges who will not speed up their dockets and just keep sending people to jail. That's a choice you could make. Just these two recommendations could be implemented and immediately move us towards our goal to eliminate overcrowding. For the long term, we need bail reform. In Tarrant County, well over half of inmates are held because they cannot make bail. I believe this is criminal and lacks respect, understanding, and compassion for the reality of these individuals. The mentally ill, they do not belong in jail. MHMR reports 60 to 65% of persons in the jail are or have been treated at MHMR. We need to begin investigating and pursuing alternative long-term housing for the mentally ill. The homeless are not intolerable or disposable. They are physical and spiritual
Thank you.
human
Your time is up.
beings. Thank you.
Following Ms. Gonzalez is Cherry or Sherry Langford.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, Commissioner Brooks, I'm in your precinct. I live in Tarrant County in Fort Worth, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my feelings this morning very briefly. In the early 2000s, I had the privilege of working on a project with Scott McCown, the former district judge who successfully encouraged the Texas legislature to add significant resources to child protective services by emphasizing the importance of going upstream to address the cause for so many kids landing in troubled waters. I'm paraphrasing significantly, but Judge McCown was basically saying it's one thing to throw life preservers to the drowning, but it's another thing entirely to keep them out of the deep end altogether. Today, I'm adding my voice to the chorus of others calling for you to honor the prior allocation of these funds and take the upstream view of things. In the long run, we're far better off as a community if we tend to the health and well-being of our citizens before they're drowning. And right now in Tarrant County, particularly in Fort Worth, when people are adrift in homelessness and want for child and health care, investing more funding in supportive housing, child care, and public health is just the right thing to do. So I'm against the proposed reallocation of ARPA funds, but I am for going back to the drawing board and giving the abundance of humane options presented here today really thoughtful review. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Following Ms. Langford, we have Libby Willis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the court seems particularly united this morning that the landscape in our county has changed. You keep saying that. And I don't know what that means. I mean, please tell me what has changed. COVID is still with us. The jail is still overflowing. Deaths in the jail continue at a regular pace. And we continue with a shortage of detention officers, even though salaries have increased and signing bonuses are available. What assurance can you offer us today that your new roadmap that includes a state-of-the-art training facility for the Sheriff's Department, which I assume it's got to be shovel-ready. Y'all have talked about that. How can you assure us that that's going to fill all these shortages that we do need to fill? Isn't it true that the Fort Worth Police Department has a state-of-the-art facility and they're short officers? Isn't it true that the Houston Police Department has a $1 billion budget and their own tactical village training center, and they are short of officers? So frankly, it's no secret that there is a profound shortage of officers all over the state of Texas. And throwing money at the problem is not working. I beg of you, let's not make the same mistake our sister cities have made, and let's reframe the problem. Not as many people are interested in making law enforcement their life career, and I get it. Not as many people are interested in making education their life career. I get that too, and I'm a retired teacher. Something has shifted in our culture, and we've got to come at it from another direction to solve the crippling shortages in our cities.
Thank you. Your time is up. Following Ms. Willis, we have Catherine Godby.
Good morning. I'm Libby Willis. I'm a proud resident of Riverside and have been for almost 40 years. I'm disappointed and shocked at the proposed changes to the American Rescue Plan Act budget for Tarrant County. You know, it was really intended to recover and help Tarrant County recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, but instead, these proposals would pull millions from improving the public health department and millions from mitigating COVID-19, including millions for vaccines and COVID-19 testing. Now, this is happening while we just learned this morning in the newspaper that cases of COVID have doubled in Tarrant County in the last month. Public health ARPA funding was intended to get public health to the next level to improve services to the community and to citizens. Dr. Eric Topol, who is a renowned cardiologist at the Scripps Institute in La Jolla, California, has said about the latest COVID variant, the virus keeps finding new hosts and repeat hosts, and you could call one of those our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. She is reported to have COVID again. And Dr. Topol says the virus is relentless. We need those ARPA dollars and COVID-19 mitigation measures in Tarrant County now and in the future. There are also, as you've heard much about, proposals to delete many millions from causes near and dear to my heart, which are child Head Start funding and permanent supportive housing. And by the way, Tarrant County is not a business set up to make money. It's a government serving Tarrant County citizens. There are solutions. Leave the ARPA funding budget untouched. Find other ways to fund inmate housing and new law enforcement facilities. Be bold and creative. Add back the millions you just took from the 2024 county budget. Float a bond issue. Set a budget for the funds you need and a tax rate to get them. Defend your proposals to the citizens and the voters. Just because you can move these dollars around doesn't mean you should move them. You guys get the big bucks to broker solutions, not rob Peter to pay Paul. Please vote no on these proposed ARPA budget changes. The citizens of Tarrant County will thank you when you do.
Thank you. Following Ms. Godby, we have Lydia Bean.
I'm Catherine Godby. I'm with the Justice Network and Broadway Baptist Church. My remarks are my own. As a retired clergy person, I'm always interested in how faith informs the stances that we take in our lives. Some of you say the Bible is your authority. Well, of course, the Bible's full of justice. From the very beginning, we're supposed to take care of the widow and the orphan. The judges are supposed to be just. Micah says, you know what's required? Do justice, love mercy, walk humbly with God. And Jesus, announcing his ministry, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, and I am to proclaim liberty to the captives and set the oppressed free. And of course, there's theology. I've always loved the Catholic liberation theology idea of God's preferential option for the poor. Okay, Well, the point is that we choose the values by which we live our lives. We all choose what we believe. We choose what we think is the truth. And then we stand up for it. But the key, I think, is to hold that truth loosely, because we're not God. So we hold it loosely, meaning we listen carefully to other people's truths. We consider what they're saying, and we find it within ourselves to be willing to change. So I'm asking you today to be like Jesus. Jesus heard the Canaanite woman, and oh my gosh, he changed his mind immediately. You've heard what my church is doing with opening its doors to people who are homeless. We're happy to do that. But this problem is, of course, bigger than any church or churches. It takes government as well. Government, which is, after all, only we the people. It's our money, after all. Yet this county's taking away over $14 million that could help construct more than 75 housing units. And I just have to ask, why? Why are you doing this? From my perspective out here, I don't know, but it looks a lot like a veneration of law enforcement. So maybe it's idolatry. I don't know, only you can say. I do know that our Christian faith does not call us to cruelty. And this is a very cruel act. It calls us to care. So I'm asking you to just do the right thing. Thank you.
Following Ms. Bean, we have Jessica Grady.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Court. My name is Lydia Bean, and I live in Arlington, Texas. I'm the chair of the Justice Committee of Broadway Baptist Church, and you see us wearing black because we're concerned about the proposed changes to the ARPA budget. Last year, our church applauded this court for making a historic investment in housing, childcare, and other human services using federal funds from the American Rescue Plan Act. We rejoiced when this court passed a budget to expand affordable housing and dramatically reduce homelessness here in Tarrant County. We celebrated when this court funded the expansion of an early Head Start program that would help all children succeed in school and in life. But on Friday, we learned that some in this court are being tempted to claw back over $25 million away from housing and early learning, and instead put that money into a private prison in Garza County. And we're here because we think that's morally wrong. As a person of faith, I believe that budgets are moral documents. The test of our character is how we treat the people that Jesus called the least of these, my brothers and sisters. Proverbs 22:22 says, "Don't steal from poor people because they're poor. Don't oppress the needy in the gate." And this amendment, in my opinion, is stealing from poor people because they're poor. We're here today because this court made a promise to the citizens of Tarrant County. The original budget was based on input from thousands of Tarrant County residents, business leaders, and community organizations who participated in a rigorous process to identify community needs. This court partnered with the cities of Fort Worth and Arlington to form a Blue Ribbon Action Committee on child care to guide these investments. They were well considered and well researched. And the need for housing and child care is greater now than ever. And we are confident there are projects that can spend this money. If you just take the time, slow down the process, don't rush, and take the time to look. If you claw back this money for human services, you are breaking this court's promise to the people of Tarrant County. And we will not forget it. Please vote against these proposed amendments to the Tarrant County American Rescue Plan Fiscal Recovery Funds program budget, and take the time to look for ways to invest this money that honors the purposes of the people of Tarrant County. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Grady, we have Reba Henry.
I'm a parent, taxpayer, and voter living in Tarrant County, and I urge you to reconsider taking promised ARPA funds from child care, housing, and public health. The new proposed plan is to spend the bulk of that money on a new police training facility and to pay a private prison in Garza County to take our inmates. I believe this to be a morally irresponsible decision.
The Tarrant County Homeless Coalition said that for the first time, we have families living outside. They did a count of families that outreach teams had served in cars, and it's around 45. That's 45 families that are living outside in one of the hottest summers we've ever had. And that's just the families. Our homeless population is growing and our shelters are beyond capacity. We need more affordable housing, not a new police training facility. The American Rescue Plan Act is a federal relief package aimed at helping communities recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. We should be investing in our community with this fund. Please consider using the funds for their original purpose. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Following Ms. Henry, we have Nancy Stevens.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners, my Commissioner Roy Brooks. I'm here this morning to ask you to reconsider the reallocations of funds and leave them where they are in housing, public health, and child care, as these are three very desperate needs. I sent you each a piece of correspondence saying what I had to say on Saturday, September the 2nd. But since it was a holiday weekend, I'll read it again just in case you didn't get time. At a time when housing costs are at an all-time high for many who are already fragile regarding housing and social services, you've decided to reallocate these federal funds that could have covered housing, public health, child care, and other services for those in need, to cover the cost of police and more jails. Personally, I'm appalled that these funds are being moved from deserving families and individuals to increase the ability to detain and house more citizens behind bars, then provide space for families and a place for children to play. A key cause of homelessness is the lack of a livable wage and affordable housing. I'm going to stop in rereading that now just to say that in my neighborhood, on my commercial corridor, there are women and men living on the street in unsheltered conditions. These people need a house. They need a room, if nothing else. The fact that people don't want a house, I don't believe that's true, but I can understand that the cost of having a home is high. And when you add that to the escalating other costs that are going on, it's a pretty sore thing. I support everyone who has spoken before me and all the people who will speak after me, because we're all here for the same thing. Do not reallocate these funds for jails, jailers, or anything that has to do with incarcerating people when there are people living on the street. Whatever the reason is not our never mind. The fact that they are on the street and don't have a shelter on a day-to-day basis is the most important thing. I plead with you to reconsider reallocating the funds and to continue using them for what they were set out for. Housing for those who can't afford housing on their own, public health, which is desperately needed by many, many people, and child care so those families can go to work and pay for their housing. I appreciate your time and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Following Ms. Stevens, we have our last speaker, Billy Wilson.
Judge, I said in my report, do you have one for me on Coppell?
No, but you can come up afterwards. You can go.
My name is Nancy Stevens, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Tarrant County League of Women Voters. Our league strongly opposes the proposal to move ARPA funding, which is currently allocated for social programs, to fund the Tarrant County Jail and private prison. We appreciate what you have accomplished, but it is far from meeting the needs of children and families in Tarrant County. In the 40 years I've lived in Tarrant County, a sizable chunk of our taxes has gone to funding jails, but the money seems to have had little long-term impact on crime. Funds from the American Rescue Plan have given the county a chance to do things differently in a way that could actually prevent crime instead of simply locking up criminals. Moving ARPA funding from creating quality early childhood programs, affordable housing, and public health is the wrong approach to solving the persistent problems that lead to crime and overcrowded jails. As a public school teacher, I saw too many students who had started kindergarten ill-prepared for the basic tasks of learning. By high school, some of them were still far behind and planning to drop out. And a very few of them were already getting acquainted with the police for acts of vandalism and petty theft in their spare time. Academic failure is a problem that quality early childhood programs can help prevent, but we have never seemed to have enough affordable care to fill the need. A couple of my very promising students were eventually crushed by homelessness. And even more were shortchanging their education by working too many hours after school, trying to hold families together when there simply wasn't enough money in the family for food and rent. One of my students was even trying to care for a newborn while she and her grandmother and her siblings were living in a car. Lack of affordable housing remains an issue in the county, despite a building boom in homes and apartments for upper-income residents, which has actually reduced some affordable housing in the corridor east of TCU. If luxury rentals can spring up like mushrooms after a rain, surely more than 110 units of affordable housing can be funded and completed before ARPA funds go away at the end of 2006. Diverting health funds to create more jail beds is likewise a problem, cutting into our ability to treat disease and addiction. I saw the connection between crime and addiction firsthand several years ago when I walked in on a drug-addicted woman burgling my home. It was shocking and unnerving, and in the years since her arrest, she has been in and out
Thank you.
of jail.
Your time is up. Following Mr. Wilson, then we'll have Ms. Cockrell.
Good afternoon. My name is Billy Wilson. I reside in Arlington in Precinct 2, where Mrs. Simmons is our great leader. I come here to be in unity with the Justice Action Network, with Broad Street, with the NAACP and other groups, but I'm speaking for myself. Wisdom or folly? Wisdom, the ability to reach an intelligent conclusion. Folly, a lack of good sense, normal prudence, and foresight. One more word, simple, easy to understand, deal with, and use. An example of simple, lock them up. Easy to understand, deal with, and use. But it's also folly because it lacks good sense or normal prudence and foresight. Some examples of wisdom. Insanity is doing the same thing again and again, expecting different results. Treat the disease, not the symptoms. You reap what you sow. Thoughts that you should consider when doing your deliberations. Research suggests that individuals on current policy margins between prison and probation imprisonment is an ineffective long-term intervention for violence prevention, with no rehabilitative or deterrent effects after release. Diversion programs, in contrast, address the root cause of community instability, challenges such as food, housing insecurity, joblessness, lack of educational resource, and unmet mental health needs. Diversion programs not only help improve long-term community safety and reduce crime, but they also are cost efficient. We believe it would be folly to reallocate the funds from public health, child care, and housing to make room for more prisoners, unless you wish to further what we call today a modern-day prison system or a modern-day plantation. We fully understand the financial incentives of prisons and budgets and cronies and your political officials, but those should not be your motivation. Your motivation should be the public health and safety. We presume you're all intelligent people. Look at the research. Talk to your constituents. Realize that more prison beds is not the answer. This is not the time to pull back on funding programs. Are you saying that they have enough money? Are you saying that they don't need more support? This is the time to join with your cities and groups to fully fund the work that they've been doing in addressing the unhoused, securing child care, and the future by helping the mentally ill. We have many loving citizens doing great work in this community. They just need more imagination from you, coordination, and funding. This is the time to show leadership, to strengthen our communities, not be led by simple slogans. If the research doesn't convince you, nor the people who are here talking to you, or even me sitting here today does not talk to you, I offer you this last bit of wisdom. Love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Thank you. Following Ms. Cockrell is Lauren King.
I do have an email confirmation that I did sign up, so somehow it didn't get printed on your part. I'm here to say the same thing everybody has said, but to tell a couple of stories. One is that I have a condo, not by anything I did, but what my father gave me, that is used for Section 8 housing. Women who have come out of jail, who need a way to get back into. And I think I spoke about this former TCU student. I tried to get that section. Did everything to do Section 8 housing for this unit, but they wanted 6 weeks to come out and inspect the property. Well, the HOA fees and the taxes on this and the gas bill, which comes out of everything, is something I can't do because I come up here asking for free parking. I rely on what I do make from this unit, which I just put in a $2,000 refrigerator. I could have put in a worse one. But I want them to live the way I would probably live. Section 8 housing, getting the landlord to get the approvals done quickly might be one of the problems of why we're not getting landlords to step up and offer. So it's something to consider and think about. I live over in the hospital district, and I arrived late one night, and I saw a man resting on my front porch, and I don't have a man that lives in my house. And so it was, so I do what I do because there are homeless everywhere where I live. And I asked if I could help him. My neighbors helped me, and we got him the help he needed. I will say when the police officers arrived, because that was kind of my first instinct and I shouldn't have done that, they did tell me that the North is bringing down their homeless to Hemp Hill because Abbott is sending our immigrants to their towns. We might want to check on that. Maybe we all need to stop moving people around, because this man was from Illinois. I also want to talk about homelessness on any given day. Weather, our loss of our jobs, or our health could wind us up homeless. And never the grace of God go I is like grits in the South. Grits come on your plate if you want them or if you don't want them. You get it. When you look at homelessness, it could be this man, it could be the esteemed people on this dais, it could be in my family, it could be the audience. And we live in the 7th wealthiest nation on earth. The 2nd wealthiest state with $2.356 trillion. Let's house people. Thank you.
Ms. King.
Hello, members of the court. First, I'll say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak and also for your current investment in supportive housing. Tarrant County has been privileged to be somewhat immune to economic downturns. We've often been protected by this bubble when it comes to facing challenges other large counties face. But now, as the 15th largest county in the U.S., we are no longer in a bubble. I see us at a fork in the road. We can go one way and become just another big county with issues like LA, New York, Cook County, King County, you name it, where many people are in need and those needs go unmet. Or we can go in another direction and commit to investing in quality of life for everyone who calls Tarrant County home. Affordable housing is not a homeless issue. It is an issue that impacts everyone. Those restaurants that we all love to go to who depend on lower wage staff, the teachers who teach our children, the police officers and county deputies who respond to calls, the elders who have called this community a place for home for decades, even our recent local graduates who are graduating from college cannot afford to pay rent in Tarrant County. They cannot afford to live here anymore. That said, we do currently have 45 families who are living in cars. That is more than we've ever had before. More families are falling in than ever before, and there are many, many ways that we could use these resources to end that. And about childcare, we hear repeatedly from companies that considering reallocating to Tarrant, from companies considering relocating to Tarrant County, that their number one concern is an educated workforce. This is what attracts lucrative businesses. Without childcare and early learning, Tarrant County will be overlooked for more supportive communities. As someone who grew up here, whose parents, grandparents, great-grandparents were all very involved in our community, my love for this community runs deep. I do this work because I believe by working together, we can be better and we can care about our community as a whole. The investments you choose to make today will impact our community, our children, and our families for years to come, and will ultimately determine what type of county we become. Our vision is a vibrant community where everyone has a place to call home and the resources to live their best life. I hope we're not alone in this vision and that the court will join us in continuing to create a vibrant Tarrant County now and far into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is the final speaker we have. So, commissioners, questions, comments? We do have a motion. We do have a second. Anything? Anybody?
Second.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion was to approve the child care projects, which I believe is 15.5, as recommended by the staff. We had a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. Okay, it passes 4-1. All right, next up is item A2. We are going to take a 10-minute recess. It'll be about a 13-minute recess. We'll be back at 12:40. occasion. It's a rare occasion. This has never happened before. All four of y'all sitting here.
I've already canceled my 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here a while. At least they have some food. Get them back to my deal. Yeah.
Do we have anything?
All right. Are we up? Yeah. Yes. We are. Okay. All right. We are back from recess. We're now moving to item A2, which this is affordable housing. Ms. Camerano.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. We're asking the Commissioners Court to approve awards of funding to Renaissance Heights, Justin's Place, and Westcare, Texas, Inc. for the development of affordable housing units as part of our ARPA program. The chart attached to the court communication outlines how those funds would be spent. $4 million of that is proposed as a reallocation that you'll see in item 3. The other $1.5 million would be a direct award to Justin's Place. By approving this item, you would be giving staff the ability to enter into a contract discussion with Justin's Place for the $1.5 million. No further action would be needed today, only the approval of the award amounts.
Okay. So these projects, the total of the projects is $8.5 million. The staff is recommending that Tarrant County contribute through the ARPA funds $5.5 million of that $8.5 million.
That is correct. Of the 5.54 would be handled through item 3 on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Move approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Questions, comments, or discussion?
Yeah. How much had been allocated prior to this change?
I'm sorry, prior to, this is just a request for award. So in total, $32.5 million was allocated for housing, budgeted. This would bring us to about 21.5 committed by Tarrant County to affordable housing.
Okay.
With additional funds leveraged through public partners.
Okay. So you clawed back some for whatever purposes?
There are proposed reallocations in item 4.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any other discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Gary, you in here? Your vote? All right, please cast your vote. Okay, this passes 4-1. Next up is item A3.
Thank you. Item A3 is approval to reallocate ARPA Emergency Rental Assistance 2 funds to the City of Fort Worth for affordable housing development as outlined in the court communication. It's a total of $4 million. If approved today, the City of Fort Worth will take this up for approval at their September 12th council meeting. Assuming approval by council, we would then request the funds be sent to Treasury. Treasury would then reallocate them to the City of Fort Worth for use on the 2 projects outlined.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. So why is all $4 million going to Fort Worth?
So $4 million is going to Fort Worth to fund, because they are also partners on these 2 projects, so they will be entering into the agreements to build the units with the subrecipients. It's a way to do this and avoid having multiple contracts for certain parties.
Okay, gotcha. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on item 3?
I would just point out that with all of the money that we are allocating to affordable housing, all of it's in the city of Fort Worth. And that puts our investment in public housing in the city of Fort Worth far ahead of the city of Fort Worth's investment in affordable housing in the city of Fort Worth.
If I could also make one comment to those interested in the audience, there are 2 RFPs out through our Community Development Department for affordable housing. One will be released in October. That's $4 million for support services. The other one is already out, and there are $4.6 million for affordable housing development, and that is outside the scope of our ARPA budget, but those are other funds that the county makes available for this purpose.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 3. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes 4-1. Next up, item 4, approval of the amendments to the Tarrant County ARPA program budget.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Today we're seeking approval of amendments to the ARPA program budget. So I want to go over a couple high-level items. Regarding the Law Enforcement Training Center, we have allocated $11 million for that, as well as squared up the necessary allocations for our facilities and capital projects as currently anticipated by our facilities department. So all of those will be able to go forward, including over HVAC improvements for the county and other related construction projects based on where we're sitting right now.
Okay, what happened to the $21 million?
So this is $11 million. So for law enforcement training it's allocated here, you have an additional $10 million in revenue replacement. That's in a different section. We have to keep that separate for federal regs. So that's your $21 million for the law enforcement facility.
Okay.
So, and then regarding public health and focus area 2, goal 1, and associated ones including goal 5. So when we began budgeting for ARPA in the state and local fiscal recovery funds, public health had received a number of different tranches of funding, as well as us still having the CARES Act coronavirus relief fund dollars that we were working to spend down. So we had allocated $2 million for for vaccines, and then an additional $6 million for testing. So those were placeholder dollar amounts that we're waiting to see what to pick up, what funding was not going to be available for the various programs that public health currently had in the coronavirus relief funds. As an example, the $2 million for vaccines, we had budgeted as a backstop for HRSA's provider relief funding, to where we knew that was drying up. The $70 billion plus that the Congress appropriated over to HRSA for the provider relief fund was running out of money, and we were concerned that we were going to get out, and we wanted to make sure that public health was completely covered with that. Ended up that we didn't have to tap those funds. So this budget does not reflect, these changes to the public health budget does not reflect any changes to services or operations from the public health department. And also, if you look at it regarding the software, the informatics portion, those additional funds, we have found other funding that's available for public health, both through some of the grants that they've received as well as existing funding from the district program that they can use to further those informatics, and that has a longer tail. It has a longer time frame than what the ARPA funding has. So we're trying to program highest and best use of funds to make sure that we get the funds out and that they are expended in a way that's fully compliant with the federal treasury. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, any questions for Russell?
Russell, the reallocation towards inmate housing?
Yes, sir.
Just walk me through. That's the only portion of this that I really have heartburn with.
Okay.
I understand the process of HVAC replacement, everything that we have coming down the pike. What other options had we considered aside from alternative housing sources? Is there no way we can accomplish it here in Tarrant County?
So and I'll let Mr. Manning speak on this in just a moment, because I know that he's looked into some things, but with the alternative inmate housing program, it is tied together with our HVAC replacement for the jail. The HVAC units in the corrections center are over 30 years old. We've had a number of different situations where they have gone down. We've had to do immediate replacements. There have been a lot of troubles with it and struggles with those. So we have to replace those units. In order to do that, we have to take down a pod. And there are 4 pods of the correctional facility. So each of those pods, in order to meet jail standards, has to be vacated. And so the alternative inmate housing program that we have, that we're, again, currently using through Garza, the Garza County contract, would allow for, begin to continue to reduce the jail population enough to clear out one of those pods to replace it. Because to meet jail standards, you have to have air evacuation to where if there's smoke or fire or anything, it has to be able to be exhausted quickly enough, as well as maintain AC. Because under jail standards, counties are required to have AC to stay not on their prisons. So with those things, we have to do that. That is expected to begin in the fourth quarter of this year. It is expected to run through either the fourth quarter of 24 or run into the first quarter of 25, somewhere in that time frame. So we budgeted enough money in here, we believe, where contract negotiations have been going, in order to have that time frame reflected through with the current bed and current rate for Garza County to continue on with it.
And we think we're going to be able to perform the HVAC replacement within the time frame here? I know there was concern about taking a tower down, et cetera.
I don't believe that the monies that we have allocated here to extend the contract in Post, Texas, is not going to totally take us through that refurbishment and replacement of the HVAC systems. However, it will buy us somewhere between 12 and 15 months of what we expect a 2-year process.
My biggest concern is just if we build in, I know we're saying it's a necessity, but if we're building it in this year, what happens in the following years when we don't have ARPA funds for it? But we just said something we're going to have to try to budget for in the next 3, 4, 5 years?
And Helen and I have had conversations about that, and that's correct. You know, the key is no one wants to house these inmates away from Tarrant County, but if one of those pods crash, then we're going to be out of compliance, and we will be sitting on at least 550 extra prisoners. We have absolutely no space to put them. We have absolutely no detention officers to guard them. And we believe that this is almost a last resort effort. You know, everything that we've heard today about diversion and things like that, we're doing that now. We're trying to increase that, but we still have too many inmates in our jail if we have a 550-bed pod go dark on us. And we simply can't house those inmates in that pod because, as Russell said, smoke evac is critical. If a building would catch on fire, we need to be able to protect our inmates and our employees, and we need to evacuate them. That's why we have this.
Okay, any other questions for Russell?
I have some comments. So we have 21 million remaining that has been reprogrammed. Is that right? Is that 21 million being reprogrammed?
There's $11 million reprogrammed specifically to the line item Law Enforcement Training Center, and then another 22.5 that's being reprogrammed for the alternative inmate housing program and some other as we go through the budget.
Okay, I'd like to see us refrain from allocating those funds specifically to a law enforcement training center. Because we've got to look at timing. Do we even know where the structure is going to go? Do we know how much it's going to cost? We're not exactly sure of any details yet. So with regard to timing, are we sure we can spend this money in time without losing it? Nobody knows where this facility is going, what the scale is going to be, what the scope is going to be, and ARPA has a deadline. Actually, I've buried the lead. As a court, we haven't even approved a law enforcement training center. There is nothing to approve. Court has not taken action regarding a law enforcement training center. We've put it out there in the atmosphere at the State of the County address. But, you know, there has to be discussion. There's no court order associated with it. To me, it's only smart and good governance to have a contingency plan if the training center does not come to fruition in time. We need a backup plan for spending these dollars. And if we've got these millions sitting in the budget and it's earmarked for the training center, and we can't get that money spent or obligated in time, we send that back to the feds, is what I understand. So it's got to be obligated by the end of 2024 in a contract and approved by 2024. And we've got 16 months. It sounds like a long time, but it's not in the world of contracting and construction. I think we have it in the ARPA budget, set it aside as contingency funding, future programs or capital items. The money will still be there. The moral of the story is that there's still a lot of work to be done on this law enforcement training center, and it is premature to obligate time-sensitive funds for a project that we haven't made a final decision on. It's premature to allocate those funds specifically for something that we don't know enough about yet. And those funds are time-sensitive. So I do have a motion. I move approval of the budget with those dollars earmarked for county projects instead of specifically for the law enforcement training center.
All right, we have a motion. You heard the motion. Do we have a second on that motion? Do we have a second on the motion? All right, we have a second on the motion. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, I do intend to make a motion that's somewhat opposite of that. So if there's no more discussion, please cast your vote on the motion presented. All right, so the motion fails 2-3. So I will make a motion that we approve the amendments to the Tarrant County ARPA Recovery Funds program budget, including the money to be allocated for the new Sheriff's Training Academy.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there?
I would just comment that reasonable people can disagree about how to reprogram the funds left over from the housing and child care and public health projects that we have funded earlier in today's meeting. I'm a reasonable person, and I disagree with this plan to reprogram these funds for criminal justice issues until such time as we have done everything in our power to lower the population of the county jail. We do that, get those people out that are misdemeanors, get those people out who are there simply because they're too poor to write a check to get out. Until we lower the jail population to the lowest point that we can, I'm not for any of this.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the court?
Yes. So you saw my votes on each of the items, and of course I want the entities that were seeking the funds to receive the funds. But I just simply cannot support taking money back from programs that need them. In my Arlington office, when I office there is a man across the street who is homeless. And I sit up on high, right, in my office, a county commissioner who cannot come up with a solution for that man I see almost daily laying on the hot concrete. What am I doing? Why am I here? What is my purpose? What is your purpose? Also, there is an employee in this county, and I think that person works in this building, who is homeless and comes here early to use the restrooms in this building to get ready for work. I will never vote to take money that the federal government has given us. And our staff initially said, this is where it's going and this is how much. And because we have folks who want to make this political or who want to make this about law enforcement, and I'll say this like I've said it before, spent a 21-year career, me, in public safety. So quite naturally, I have always supported police and fire and 911. That has been my career. But I will not sit in this seat entrusted to me by constituents and vote against child care, supportive housing. That is crazy to me. And so, you know, I support law enforcement. I think they know this. I've supported every increase they've proposed here. That's not, you can't blindly just get up here and your goal is to support everything law enforcement. We've got an overcrowded jail. Nobody wants to talk about solutions there. You have video magistration will solve it. No, it won't. So that's my speech.
Thank you. So we have done many things to address the jail overcrowding. One of the things is the Garza County program. One of the things is the position that we created to come in and help us overhaul how we hire jailers. The other thing we've done is provide detention officers a raise in pay, a significant raise in pay, potentially more to come today. We've also put in retention programs, bonus programs. We have leaned heavily on the city of Fort Worth to participate in the video magistration and other cities all across the county. We have funded a mental health diversion center, which sadly 2 weeks ago had 3 people that had been there the entire week. We have done a lot to address the issue. In addition, the idea that we're taking money away from child care or public health, I think they just explained that the money is there for public health in different buckets, and in terms of the child care and the affordable housing. So we did not fund child care and we did not fund affordable housing. We didn't afford every single penny that was requested. And if every single penny that was requested was triple what was requested, it still wouldn't provide child care for every single child in Tarrant County and provide homeless for every single homeless person. So there was a significant commitment made today and made previously for affordable housing. There was a significant commitment made today for child care, and previously there was another, what was it, 20 million made for child care before today. So if you've been to the Sheriff's Training Academy, it is dreadful, and we want our officers and we want our jailers to be trained well, to spot issues that many of you talk about every time you come here, and part of that training academy will do that. So I believe this is a good investment in law and order and public safety in Tarrant County. I believe it's a good investment in our Sheriff's Department. And it's not it's either this versus this, which everybody tries to do here regularly. There's some of each, and I think it is a good compromise. So we do have a motion, we do have a second. Any other comments or discussion?
I would echo your sentiment, Judge, and just say that nothing's being taken away from prioritizing our homeless and child care. I think quite to the contrary, we just voted $15 million towards child care. But the bottom line is the RFP process that was gone through, all eligible projects that met the qualification were funded. So it's not this court's fault that the federal government put regulations on where monies could be spent. And I would be the first one if, whenever we do bring a training academy proposal, whenever we find the right arrangement or partnership that we're looking for to make sure that we can accomplish that goal, if you can't use ARPA dollars there because of the timeline, okay, we'll find some other way to fund it and reallocate. So this action today, to me, is exactly what we've done historically through any grant program, which is when all available funds have been expended, all the requests came in, you have to reallocate it somewhere. And there may be other programs, and I think that there are other funding sources where we can continue to support the homeless population in Shelby County and continue to support child care initiatives. I don't think those go away. So I don't appreciate the comments that the court's not looking for those solutions, because we are. This action today is simply moving money from one bucket to the other because that one bucket can't be funded through the mechanisms we had set in the timely fashion. Commissioner Brooks said it perfect when he laid it out in the beginning.
All right. Any other comments, questions? All right, seeing none, we do have a motion and a second to approve the amendments to the Tarrant County ARPA Recovery Funds program budget, including reallocating the money towards the Sheriff's Training Academy. Please cast your votes. All right. Are you voting against this? Yeah. Oh, I need to vote. All right. All right, so it passes 3-2.
Thank you.
That's item 4. Thank you. Now, next up is A5.
So, members of the court, on item A5, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a subrecipient.
Quiet.
Approve a subrecipient agreement between the county and the Fort Worth Zoological Association for the Exploration and Learning Center and Mobile Outreach Program as part of the Fiscal Recovery Funds Program.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item A5. Any discussion there? Hey, I kept it up. All right.
So, members of the court, if we can go.
Hang on, we didn't quite vote yet.
Yeah, we can vote.
All right, everybody got their vote in?
Yep.
Okay, passes unanimously. Next
Sorry
up.
about that, Your Honor.
It's all right.
So item number 6, this is another subrecipient agreement between the county and Community Link Mission for the expansion of freezer cooler space as part of the Fiscal Recovery Funds Program.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item A6. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Next is A7.
Members of the court, on item A7, we're requesting approval of an amendment to the grant agreement between the county and Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County for the purchase and installation of air conditioner and air conditioner/heater combination window units for eligible Tarrant County residents.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve A7. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, A8.
So on item A8, this is a request from Judge Pearson from County Court at Law number 1. The judge attended a conference on July 18th through the 20th in Frisco, Texas. This is part of our in-region travel, and he spent the night there. He's requesting that the Commissioners Court approve an exception to the travel policy as relates to this particular activity.
Do we have a motion on this item?
I move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please cast your votes. All right, it fails 2-3. Next up is item 9.
So item 9 is out-of-state travel. We have several on this particular one. The first one is the medical examiner's office to go to the NAME annual conference in San Jose, California. Public Health is requesting a conference it's the Epitrax conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. Purchasing is the National Procurement Institute. That is in San Diego. And then the Sheriff's Department has two of them. One is the Major County Sheriff's Conference, which is in Orlando. And then finally, the International Breachers Symposium, which is going to be held in South Haven, Mississippi.
So I have one question over the medical examiner's office.
Yes, sir.
Normally when we see people going to these conferences, it's 2, sometimes 1, occasionally 3 people. Any reason why there are 6 people going to this?
It's my understanding that all 6 of those are assistant medical examiners. They're medical doctors, and this is training as relates to autopsies.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments related to the out-of-state travel requests? All right. Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion of any kind? All right. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All right. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have the auditor's section, which is very short. Receiving and filing the Tarrant County financial statements for June 23. I'll make a motion to receive and file. Second. Have a second from Commissioner Ramirez. Any discussion here? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. You're good there. Thank you for your presentation, Kim. That was
lovely.
All right, next up, budget and risk management. Helen.
Seeking approval of the appropriation items that require action.
Move for approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion here? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. Next up, facilities management. We have E1, and then we will be adding E2 from the consent agenda.
Good morning. We do have 2 items for your consideration this morning. First is approval of a real property lease with Mercantile Partners for space at 5001 North Riverside Drive for public health.
All right, can you walk us through this? If the court says we're going to remain in the current space, the landlord said they will honor the 1-year renewal extension. However, if the county chooses this option, they will not renew the lease for the remaining 2 1-year options.
That is correct.
That's their option?
That is correct.
Gotcha.
We have a 2-year lease with 3 1-year renewals.
Okay. All right. Questions or comments, court members?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the real property lease agreement. Any further discussion? Something you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think we need to make sure that this would actually, with us moving into this space, we could vacate a space that is more expensive. So there's some savings there. Plus, this will allow us to move the part of the Sheriff's Department from the resource connection, or from that facility to the resource connection, and give them much more space for their clothing, things such as that.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is E2.
Thank you. We are requesting approval of an assignment of space and a building renovation for the Sheriff Department for the quartermaster space at the Resource Connection.
All right, any questions for Mr. Amador? There is one public speaker on this item. Any questions for Mr. Amador? All right, seeing none. Ms. Terry.
Thank you. I'm not necessarily opposed to this change, but what I am concerned about is the long-term plan for the building and how this will impact it. I'm also concerned, would it be better to hold off on this and discuss this as part of a larger law enforcement plan for the county? Incrementally funding bits and pieces of law enforcement or any program often leads to unintended and not necessarily positive consequences. Wouldn't it be better to give a briefing on what all parts of the county jail are and all their needs, both budget, facilities, and programs? Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Emmer, that raises a pretty good question. So where exactly will the quartermaster space be? Will it be where the current academy is? And if and when new training academy is constructed, will the quartermaster space be duplicated there, or will this be something that can continue to stay in use if we do this?
Yes, the space, Commissioner is right, on the building next door to the training academy. So it makes it very convenient for the training center to provide the uniforms, et cetera, that they need there. And yes, we do have space allocated in the new law enforcement training center for a permanent quartermaster space.
So if the training center were to move, then this space would just be obsolete?
That's correct. We would vacate it, and then we would be able to offer it up. The resource connection would be able to offer the space up to them. We would repurpose it.
It's an existing building, and I believe the quartermaster now has about 400 square feet.
That is correct.
And he needs about, or that position needs about 3,000 to 5,000?
Yeah, 3,000 to 5,000. This current space is 7,000.
And there's no renovations that are necessary in that space?
There's minor renovations of $62,000.
So just so I understand this clearly, the need for the quartermaster is 3,000 to 5,000. That's an awfully large gap. So we're within 80% of the need, if we say that. So do we not have a better idea of what we actually need than that big a gap?
In our programming that we did for the new law enforcement training, we did include quartermaster space. It did identify that they would need somewhere between 5,000 and 7,000 square feet of space for that quartermaster.
I mean, that's an awful lot of space. I mean, when you think about what quartermaster is, I mean, yes, you hold the equipment, uniforms, all that.
All of the
5,000 to 7,000 is a big, big area.
So if we have 3,000 or 5,000, or somewhere in between, do we have a plan for what to do with the remaining 2,200 to 4,200 square feet that isn't needed?
Your Honor, this space was an old kitchen. It used to serve the senior citizens' meals. There was a company that leased the space from the Resource Connection. It was a full kitchen. It had freezers, ovens, everything you could think of for a kitchen. So it doesn't work for anything else. Public Health is currently using it as storage. They keep many of the things that well, that's going to move over to 5001 Riverside Drive. So the space itself, it doesn't sit well for anything right now. We're going to require a major renovation when the court makes a decision what we want to do with that space in the future. But for now, they take it as is. With vented hoods, with the freezers, they actually have stuff stored in the freezers. They're inoperable. They're older, okay? So all the kettles were removed, ovens were removed, so they accept the space in its condition.
So is what we're proposing to do, once the court, assuming that there's a sheriff's training academy built sometime this century, once that happens, then what else would that be? Whatever we're doing, the reconfiguration, what else would it be suitable for? Like obviously the kitchen is suitable for nothing but kitchen.
Correct.
So will this be suitable for office space?
It would be a tenant build-out that would be included when Jamie leases the space to her entity of Beacon Space.
Okay.
It would be a substantial renovation.
Yes.
We can use the facility right now as is, and so there's a delayed cost in that, maybe no cost. We need $62,000. But if we decide to use that facility for something else after we vacate it, if we vacate it, then that building is going to need some substantial internal renovation.
Did our facilities folks put this together, or did we use somebody to put the estimates together?
We did this.
Why $30,000 for IT for a quartermaster?
That includes all of the accessible devices, the card readers, cameras, everything like that, Commissioner. That space currently does not have any of that.
I move approval.
I would just like to point out that this space will have to be reused once the Sheriff's Department vacates it, because the Resource Connection is a, what do you call it?
Enterprise Fund.
Enterprise Center. It's got to earn the money to support itself. There's no county subsidies to the resource connection. So this space has to be reused. As to our motion, I guess I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on E2. Any further discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Which brings us to, looks like Human Resources based on where we're going. There we go. Receive and file the personnel agenda.
Receive and file the personnel agenda. Second.
You were a little slow this time, boy.
I was waiting for you to stop talking.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, personnel agenda received and filed. Item 2.
Thank you. Item 2 is a request for approval of FY24 compensation recommendations. There are 3 recommendations on this court communication for your consideration. First, we are seeking a market adjustment of 4% for employees in the craft structure. This is sort of the second prong to last week's recruitment bonus, or I should say recruitment incentive, excuse me, I didn't use that word. This is requested to address compensation issues and retention issues within the precincts. It is also requested that the structure adjustment for confinement positions be increased from the previously approved 3% to 5%, in large part for a similar reason. We're looking to address compensation issues, recruitment, retention concerns. We have heard both confirmed and rumors of other entities having significant increases in salaries for this group and do not want the county to fall behind. Finally, it's requested that we change permanently, or at least as permanently as these votes go, to the date that we use for merit calculations from September 30th to October 1st. That's the date on which we capture salaries. This is really a technicality, more based on what we do for merit than anything else, but it is something that we're looking to do to be consistent into the future. Use the same date that we use for budgeting purposes, namely the salary that an employee will have on October 1st. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
What's the fiscal impact just from the September 30th to October 1st?
There really isn't one. That's how budget already budgets. We've just always used September 30th in the past. So the impact is...
Maybe I don't understand it. So you're doing a merit increase instead of on the September 30th pay, the October 1st pay.
Yes, that's
Is the
correct.
October 1st pay not higher than the September 30th pay?
That's correct.
So that seems like that would have an impact.
It does, but
Yep.
it's not an impact that we haven't already budgeted for.
Okay, well, what is the actual impact?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the dollar amount.
How many positions are we talking about here?
So it would be reclasses mainly, and those below the structure increase.
Ballpark reclass is 80. I can't tell you about the below.
How long have we used September 30th?
We did not use it last year, but we, to my knowledge, have used it every year prior to that. Last year we used October 1st.
Okay.
Well, I guess my question is that by policy, or do we vote every year on the merit increase the date in which that we use?
Normally it's every year. It's not in a policy.
Okay, so every year we'll decide September 30 or October 1? Well, I think we need to clean that up so it's easier for budget.
Sure. Yeah.
So did you not say just a minute ago you're asking for this to be clarified as the policy moving forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Right now.
So by voting on this, we're not doing each year we're doing this. I mean, you can always change it, but we're voting for here's the policy moving forward if we vote to approve this.
Correct.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 2, which, just so I'm clear, is a market adjustment of 4% for employees in craft and increasing what we approved 2 weeks ago on confinement, or whatever it was, 3 weeks ago on confinement, from 3% to 5%. And then this change of date. Is that the whole 9 yards?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, item 3.
Thank you. This is a request for approval of a waiver of terminal benefits for the Sheriff's Office. This sergeant position serves as the supervisor for the crime scene unit and for the crime scene personnel. As such, as the only supervisor of that group, they are seeking a waiver of terminal benefits of approximately 320 hours, effective September 9th. The cost for this would be approximately $17,680, including fringe benefits.
All right, I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any comments or discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 4? No, we don't have a 4. Next up is purchasing. Melissa.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm going to try to speed this up. We have $15 items for your approval. The first item is regarding RFP 2023-115, professional services for GIS Historic Resource Mobile App Development, GIS Mapping and Research for the Office of Historical Preservation and Archives, awarding to HHM Associates per contract terms. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 2.
Items 2 through 9 are all award recommendations. If I could just skip the RFP number and just move
Yes, you can.
to the details. The first item is annual contract for case management software for Sheriff's Office Internal Affairs Division. This is an award recommendation for CI Technologies Incorporated per contract terms.
Move to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passed unanimously. Number 3.
The next item is our annual contract for HVAC water treatment services, water treatment equipment repairs, cooling tower cleaning services, awarding to the primary secondary vendors listed per unit price, hourly rate, and markup for parts. I'm sorry.
All right, move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passed unanimously. Number 4.
This is our annual contract for air handling and cooling equipment preventative maintenance, awarding per unit price, per hourly rate, and markup for parts to the primary and secondary vendors listed.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 4. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote.
The next item
Passes unanimously.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
The
Number
next
5.
item is for
Bless you.
RFP for behavioral risk factor surveillance survey for public health, awarding to Customer Research International per contract terms.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. I have a couple of questions on this item. So who exactly is public health going to target with this survey? How are they going to use it for the how are they going to use the information collected, and who will it be shared with?
Kathy.
Is there anyone here that can answer that? Do we have no one from public health here?
He was here.
Okay.
He was here earlier, but the statement of work reads that it's a national premier system health-related telephone survey that collects data about U.S. residents regarding their risk behaviors, chronic health conditions, and preventative services.
well.
And as part of, I'm sorry, and then
No, go ahead.
another part of it reads, as part of this effort, Public Health will send out press release and use for social media to inform our community about this survey and its importance to encourage participation.
So I would be happy to move this to the end of the agenda if someone from Public Health that can answer these questions wants to come down, or we can move it to the next time. I don't care, but I'm not real comfortable at this point voting on it.
I'll withdraw my motion.
All right, thank you.
Or we can hold
Okay,
it.
so if somebody wants to get somebody, call them and say, come on down, we probably have another hour. Yeah. Or we can move it, whichever. Okay, but for now, we will bypass number 5.
Yeah.
All right, next up is item 6. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
This is our annual contract for moving services countywide awarded to the primary and secondary vendors listed.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, item 7.
This is our annual contract for medical examiner supplies awarded to the primary and secondary vendors listed.
All right, move to approve. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 8.
This is our annual contract for temporary clerical personnel awarding to the primary, secondary, and alternates listed.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. So my question is, how many hours does this encompass? How many hours is this budget for? I'm assuming we're paying by the hour.
Yes. I don't know, the hours vary based on...
The total. So I guess where I'm going is, would we be better off hiring 2 or 3 or 4 or 1 permanent position that is the floating clerical personnel?
I believe we use several of these positions, but for short periods of time, because our total is only for the whole year $268,950.
I mean, are we using, you have something, Helen?
It's just all over the county. They may need someone in the JP, they may need someone over in county clerk, they may need some, so it wouldn't be a permanent person in any one department to float within that department.
I mean, I am guessing that whoever they send over are not experts in the field of public health or public safety or anything else.
Right.
That it's clerical.
These are all clerical positions.
Have we ever looked at it to see if it would make more sense to have, well, I would call them floaters. It may not be a good word for it, but permanent people that can do this without having to. I mean, my guess is what we're paying. What do we pay by the hour? My guess is it's significantly more than what we would pay salaried people to do this.
Not really.
No?
Some of the salaries are in the $15, $16 range.
Oh, okay. All right.
So we do have some situations where we do have employees that are floaters, and we still have to bring in outside help because someone else will have the floater and then another department will need it.
Okay.
So it is the economically more feasible to go this route.
Okay. Do we already have a motion and a second on this? I think we do. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further questions on number 8? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 9.
Number 9 is the purchase of utility vehicles for Resource Connection, awarding to Metro Golf Carts Incorporated per unit price.
How many golf carts are we talking about here?
3. We're replacing some old units. And
we're spending $67,000 for 3 golf carts?
Yes.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? I mean, are these, when I hear golf
that's for
carts.
all 3 golf carts.
Yeah, when I hear golf carts.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. When I hear golf carts, it doesn't cost $23,000 for a golf cart.
hang on just a
Are
second.
are these gators? What are they?
Yes,
They're more like a
these,
gator.
these are mules and gators and tracks.
Okay.
Those aren't golf carts.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
name of the company.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
They're a whole lot more expensive.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the title of the company is Metro Golf Carts.
Yes,
It's
that's-
some more than.
Okay, got it. All right. We have a motion and a second on item 9. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, item 10.
This is our RFQ for residential and land brokerage services for various county projects for transportation and right-of-way division, awarding to the various vendors in ranking order for contract terms.
All right, move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 10. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 11.
This is an approval of exemption from the competitive bidding requirements for the purchase of drug standards and controls, instrument parts, non-routine laboratory testing, and consumables for the medical examiner's office.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 12.
This is an annual contract for flexible road-based materials. We're requesting rejection of all bids and rebid with revised specifications. And we're also requesting contract extension of the current bid through September 30th. Through December 30th, 31st.
Second.
Move a motion to approve item 12 and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote here. Passes unanimously. Number 13.
This is our annual contract for fuel card and management services with James River Solutions. We're asking for additional 2 weeks and a day contract extension through September 30th, just so we can line it up with the end of the fiscal year.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 14.
This is an approval of an invoice payment for electronic programming services to Electronic Controls and Automation in the amount of $6,100.
Move approval.
All right, second. We have a motion and a second to approve item 14. Any further discussion there?
What happened here?
So we had a vendor that came out and did an electronic fence at Green Bay Jail, and the general contractor did not pay this particular company for his services. And we do use this company as well for other jobs in the county. And so with the approval of the district attorney's office, they authorized us to go ahead and submit this for payment to pay that subcontractor.
All right. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 14. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 15.
And the last item is permission to take bids, RFPs for items A, B, and C.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve to give permission to take bids and RFPs. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
So the buyer just stated that public health is looking for a parking space. So
Okay.
we can take it up at the end if they come in.
All right, that's $20. Okay. All right, thank you very much. We'll move to transportation services now. Discussion and possible action related to the 2021 Transportation Bond Program.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Today we'd like to present you with a list of projects for which you may desire to program 2021 Transportation Bond Program funds. So you may recall in our bond program that includes 3 categories. Our call for projects category, which essentially is our projects with our municipalities, which there are 33, which by the way, we have most of those that we have ILAs for. And so there is already construction occurring on those. So we're excited about that. The other categories are discretionary, and then this final category is our countywide initiatives, where we have up to $124 million available for projects. So staff has met with each of you. We've met with your offices, and through our coordination, and which, by the way, we've had a lot of great assistance from Susan Young and the administrator's office. We're very appreciative of that. We have the list that has been compiled for you today. So we also have with us today Johan from DEC, who would be more than happy to go over any of these projects in detail if you would like. You see the information that you have at your place. And if you have any specific questions regarding the projects. Today, you could approve some of these projects, you could approve all of them. I do want to make sure that I'm clear on this, that the action that we would be asking for today is for approval of the programming of these bond funds, not for the encumbrance of the funds. The encumbrance would come at a later time through our typical interlocal agreement process.
Move approval.
Second. And I would like to opine and just comment. Thank you, Randy and Susan and Johan and everybody in transportation staff for fine-tooth combing every project. There's a ton out there that are all very, very valuable. And I think looking for the leverage where we have partners that contribute, the state of Texas with TxDOT, federal government on road crossings, and then our local municipalities really trying to leverage the dollars that we have in this bond. I know that was a priority, and I appreciate your work on it. So.
Certainly. We continue to work with TxDOT and the council as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second.
RTC.
RTC. Yes, sir.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Any other questions or discussion before we bring up a speaker? All right, a Victor Vandergrift. Does anyone know Victor Vandergrift?
Yeah, I wonder who that is.
Okay, is he left? All right. All right, so we have nobody then. We have motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, that was L1. Now brings us to Section M, County Judge and Commissioner section.
I move approval of M1A through J.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve M1A through J. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up is appointments to boards and commissions. Do we have any boards or commissions appointments? Okay.
I'd like to appoint Ms. Therese Moncrief to the CPS board.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Ms. Moncrief to the CPS board. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none, we don't have any bonds or certificates of self-insurance this time. Now we move to claims and addendum.
Move approval of the claims including the addendum.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims and addendum. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Is public health here yet?
He's part.
Okay. All right. Next up, there he is. All right. Vinny, we'll let you catch your breath for a second and a half here. What was it? What was it? Purchasing number 5? Was it 5? Okay. Purchasing number 5. Where'd he go? Vinny, this is for you to come up. Yeah, I really meant that second and a half. So this survey, we're talking about the survey, you know what we're talking about?
Yes,
okay. All right. So who are you targeting? How are you targeting them? And I heard that there's going to be get it out on social media. Do you find that to be a good way to get a true representation?
So we are targeting adults in Tarrant County, people over 18.
Okay.
And the survey is designed in modules. The modules are prescribed by the CDC, so they're sort of nationally the same set of questions. And the way we work typically is we outsource to a company. So Melissa can kind of give you some examples we've done in the past. Most of the time they do phone surveys, but they do have other modalities that they can engage. I'm not familiar about the social media aspect. It might be to promote that there's such a survey going on.
Okay.
So if you get a call, please participate.
Move approval.
So we have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Okay, this is grant funded.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The data that's collected, so is there personally identifiable information in this data that will be shared with someone?
No, it's de-identified. We don't go to the personal level. It's collective as what we find in the information.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Vinny? Thank you for getting down here.
Thank you. My apologies again.
All right. So we have a motion and a second to approve purchasing item number 5. Any further questions, comments, or discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. All right. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Now I believe we are going to briefing. And the first item up on briefing is the Tarrant County Hospital District JPS fiscal year 24 budget. Dr. Duncan.
Good afternoon. Let me start off by, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you about our hospital district budget for fiscal year 24. Also want to thank the court. I'd like to thank the hospital district, the board, the staff, and the Tarrant County residents for the support that they provide JPS. So I wanted to start off by that. I would like to speak to, first of all, to a few wins. We had a lot of wins in fiscal year 23. We were one of 5 hospitals in the nation to receive emergency general surgery verification. That allows us to use data to set standards of care and to improve the outcomes as it pertains to our emergency general surgery procedures. So we're really proud of that. Our nursing program, Pathways of Excellence, also received redesignation, which is huge for a hospital district, and so we're very proud of that. I'm very proud of the groundbreaking ceremonies that we had last year that many of you were a part of, which included the groundbreaking for the Psychiatric Emergency Center and then also for the Medical Home Southwest. And then I'm also very proud of the partnership that was formed last year with Cook Children's to provide health care in the Las Vegas Trail area, Precinct 4. So very proud of those accomplishments among many. Let's move forward. Of course, I moved a little quicker. So, as part of our FY 2024 budget considerations, what we took into consideration was our strategic plan. We do have a strategic plan that's reviewed every year. It's reviewed with our board as to its relevance. And from that strategic plan, organizational priorities are set. And I'll speak about those in a little bit. We also look at our capital and our operational needs. We have done full assessment of our facility assets. We've also done full assessment of our patient equipment. And so that allows us to prioritize each year and to budget appropriately. We took into consideration the homestead exemption and the property tax rate. And the question that has come up several times has been around whether there are any cuts to services or changes in our master facility plan as a result of the homestead exemption and property tax rate. And the answer is no. We will continue to have services, to expand services, and to also continue with our master facility plan. We also look at where funding has come from. As many of you know, we receive funding both from the state and from the federal. Every year that changes how much we will get and when we will get it, but we do take that into consideration. And then this will be the first year that the public health emergency actually is in full effect as ending. And so some of our enhanced funding that we receive now goes away, and the additional beds that we were able to create during the public health emergency have also been brought down, about 28 beds. And so this will be the first year since COVID that we had to consider this.
Is it all? Amen. That's great up there.
Which one? This? Okay. I spoke about the priorities. This do align with our strategic plan, and this is just a representation of how it aligns with our strategic plans. So our priorities are workplace, much like it is for the county. We also have challenges with recruitment and retention based upon salaries, but more importantly, as a result of COVID, many of the healthcare workers did not return to work. And so even having a pool of healthcare workers has been a challenge. We will, for next year, look at a market adjustment and merit increase for our employers to handle some of the retention and recruitment needs. We'll continue to fund our engagement, and I want to share with you today, we actually had completed our engagement survey yesterday, and our results came back tentative, and we have done amazing with engagement. So I'm very proud, again, of the work that JPS does with its employees. And then for the first time, workplace safety. Both the legislative and regulatory bodies have required that we address workplace violence. And so we will set up a committee. We will put into place training and ways of reporting workplace violence. Also, our data and being secure. Credit card data, our employee data, our patient data are all important as part of the workplace safety. As far as access, we will have ongoing capital improvements. We will also invest a lot in fiscal year 24 in technology. Our telephone system dates back before the year 2000, so you can imagine if you had a cell phone and you had a cell phone from 2000, how that would operate. And so we have some upgrades to that. New facilities that we talked about, we will be opening and operationalizing the Medical Home Southwest. And just ongoing quality efforts will go on across the organization. But next year, we will be faced with a Joint Commission survey. For those of you who are not aware of the Joint Commission survey, CMS deems Joint Commission to come in and look at the standards of care and how well we do with those set standards of care with policies, procedures. And that's about a 5-day survey, and it allows us to bill for some of our federal funding. So without that, we would have difficulty with that billing. And then financial sustainability, just ongoing operational efficiencies that we continue to work with. And then looking at different ways of generating revenue through strategic partnerships, such as we did with Cook Children's, and then other revenue diversification kind of strategies, and then really getting our foundation up and going for fundraising and a feasibility study around capital campaigning. So that's all the work that we will be doing in 24. Okay. There's a couple. So budgets are really set based upon volumes, what we expect next year. Overall, we expect more patient volumes and more people move into Tarrant County and are needing health care. We expect those volumes to go up. You will see here that we will see a slight decrease in our inpatient admissions, and that's following the public health emergency in which we had to bring down some beds. We are working with the state to see if there's opportunities for us to license some additional beds. And then this just breaks down for you kind of where it is our revenues come from. A majority of our revenues do come through net patient service revenue, so this is what we can bill for. We are expecting this to go up a little bit as the uncompensated care pool increases. We also have some revenue cycle initiatives that are going on, and some of the Medicaid programs are having a little bit higher reimbursement. We also depend on the ad valorem tax revenue. And the supplemental Medicaid funding that I spoke about a little bit earlier, we're expecting a slight decrease with this as the pool size for some of the DSH funding goes down. And then some of the enhanced revenue payments that we received during COVID will also go away as a part of the public health emergency ending. Our retail pharmacy, we do generate revenue through our retail pharmacy. We have about 6 pharmacies throughout the healthcare network. The 340B program allows us to purchase those at a lower cost, and so we are expecting some increase there.
Dr. Duncan? So I know COVID was very unique in how it affected the budget, the funding with other outside sources. Do you know historically, prior to 2020, 2019, where we were in that ad valorem tax as a percentage of our revenues? Are we going up or down?
It's a good question.
I won't hold you to it. I know you weren't here.
We usually talk about a third
Yeah.
of our revenue coming from, so this is probably sitting around the same or slightly a little bit more, depending on.
I was going to ask the exact same question.
What year did you start at JPS, Dr. Duncan?
2021.
So this
Oh, you're talking
question relates
JPS.
to before your time.
Yeah.
So you would have no personal knowledge of that. You can go look it up.
Yeah, I can go look it up, yes. I'll be glad to do that.
I just know it has been a focus to find other revenue streams because the ad valorem tax, that's the burden from the taxpayers. So this, I think, would surprise a lot of folks. They would assume that all of JPS's budget comes from tax, but it doesn't. It's only about a third. And that was just my question was, are we forecasting an improvement there? I think we are.
Yeah. No, and to your point, it is often thought that the taxes that are paid support all of the expenses of JPS, and it does not. On average, it's about 30%. And over 40% is work that we have to do in billing, documentation, coding, all of that in order to get more revenue. Expenses. We, of course, spend the majority of our budget is spent around salaries and benefits. We do have some purchase services, housekeeping, linen. Some of our physician services are also purchase services. Supplies, we expect to go up as volume goes up and as we're doing more procedures. And then other operating expenses such as cafeteria, gift shop. I'm sorry, that would be in revenue, but other operating expense includes some of the MHMR, jail, community expenses are in that other operating expense. Capital, we fund our capital through depreciation. You can see here a lot of it is spent in facility improvements and patient care equipment. And then we fund this year a little bit more in our IT infrastructure and hoping to improve operational efficiencies with workforce not returning. We have to really use our IT in order to be able to do a lot where we depended upon staff to do, and then we keep some for emergency capital. And this is just the consolidated income statement. I did include an executive summary for you. I believe this is the first year we've done it for the new new court members. We do have some new board members too, to understand a little bit more about each of these funding.
Dr. Duncan, I would make a request that when y'all present this to us in the future, you compare budget to budget, not budget to projected. I think we need to see, and the public needs to see, the difference between one budget to the next budget.
Okay. We will end on about a 2% operating margin with this budget. And that is all that I have.
Thank you. I have a question. Do you care to comment on some of the reporting, if you want to call it that, related to the medical homes in Tarrant County?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. There has been a lot of media buzz about the 4 medical homes. As everyone remembers, the bond was passed. It was an $800 million bond. JPS at the end of this year will have put aside an additional $700 million in order to begin, or we've actually started, but to move forward with the master facility plan, which is at $1.5 billion. The work that was done prior to the bond and that went on as we reviewed as we started our bond work looked at more recommendations and priorities. And so the Blue Ribbon Committee that was formed as part of receiving the Tarrant County needs, it was a 30-year plan. Commissioner Brooks, you probably remember that back on the Blue Ribbon Committee, but it was a 30-year plan at that time, and recommendations were made regarding the needs, not as much the number of facilities. And as we went through COVID, we know that many of those needs were turned on its head. And so those priorities became a little bit different. So when we speak about needs, one of the needs was community access. And so those needs could be provided through that $1.5 billion bond, or they could be realized outside of that bond. So there's work that goes on as part of that $1.5 billion bond, and then there's also additional work that goes on that JPS funds through its operations. So let's talk about community needs. What have we done so far? Following the passage of the bond in 2018, the Northeast Medical Home was open. Last year, we broke ground on the Medical Home Southwest. That's 2 medical homes. And then we also partnered with Cook Children's for the 3rd medical home in the Las Vegas Trail. So we continue to meet those needs. We also, if we look at needs around cancer care, in 2019, through our operations, we funded a new cancer center. We prioritized, as we came out of COVID, behavioral health needs. We knew that we could not wait until the end of all projects being finished to build a behavioral health hospital and a psych emergency center. So we prioritized that. We opened a new Center of Behavioral Health Recovery, which is outpatient behavioral health services on Hemp Hill, in 2021. We broke ground on the Psychiatric Emergency Center that will open in 2025. And so we have met the needs of behavioral health, and we continue to assess what the inpatient needs are going to be. We feel it is incumbent upon us to look at different ways of funding outside of that $1.5 billion in order to meet the needs. And so we have done a lot of work in meeting the needs and recommendations.
Other questions from the commissioners? All right. Thank you, Dr. Duncan. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
So next week, we will be bringing the budget and their tax rate along with the county's budget and tax rate to the court for final approval.
2 weeks, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, next up.
We forget.
Yes, yeah. Mansfield Subcourthouse presentation.
So I'm going to do this presentation for as it relates to the Mansfield Subcourthouse. So let's see if we can. Okay, this clicker is not working, so I'm going to be asking staff in the back to change slides whenever we're at that particular period of time. So I want to talk a little bit about the Mansfield Subcourthouse. First of all, the Mansfield Subcourthouse has been a courthouse that is probably one of the older ones that we have now, and we're going to be talking about it in this particular area. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of it. We're going to talk about various contracts, various amendments, and then some of the issues that we found. Also, what we're going to do at the end of the presentation is ask the court to give us direction on how we should move forward. Next slide, please. So when you look at the history of this subcourthouse was opened in 2000, and it has 31,118 square feet. This is the smallest of our courthouses, with the exception of the joint facility that we have in South Lake, where we have a sub-courthouse that's co-located inside the building with the city of South Lake. We occupied in 2000. One of the things that I want to point out, if you look at that visual to your right, you'll notice that this is a triangular building. And that has caused, while it may be aesthetically nice looking, it has caused some real problems as it relates to the functionality of that particular building. We have various county departments in there. We have the Commissioner's Office, obviously, the JP Office, Constable, Tax Office, County Clerks, IT, and Facilities Management. At one time, we had Juvenile Services in there, but we relocated them to the Arlington Sub-Courthouse in 2022. So in 2016, the court approved a professional services contract to address space issues of departments in the building. It was really to see what type of growth we thought we might experience in that particular area in the 5 to 10 year range. We also wanted to see if there was a better way of utilizing the space in that triangular building. And at that time, we budgeted we budgeted $3 million for the study, and to begin to collect revenue in our non-debt capital account, as we've done with all the other sub-courthouses, where every year we place money in there for the purpose of building particular buildings. This one was for the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. So if you'll advance the slide, please. So the FY 2016 contract, it was a small contract. It was only a little over $70,000, and we expended about $24,000 of that. LBL was the architect that was engaged, and you can tell there what we were asking them to do. We looked at it through an energy analysis, a security analysis, and really the costs of of some of the issues that we were experiencing in that sub-courthouse. Let me start by saying this. The energy consumption in that building is substantial. It's poorly, it's not insulated. The glass is not what it needs to be. Our chillers need to be replaced, and we have some real security issues in the building because of the shape and the fact that it's a two-story. The JP and the Constable are up on the second floor. And we wanted to make sure also that when we approach security from the outside of the building, that we were able to see exactly the extent of our security needs. And so this was one of the studies that we began to look at those particular items. If you'll advance the next slide, please. In 21, you can tell there was between 16 and 21, there was a time lapse. So the court then decided that they wanted to take another look at the building. No work was done really on any of those items until up until we did amendment number 1. You can see that amendment cost was fairly small. We anticipated a cost of $27,500. We expended a little over 23, almost 24,000. The one thing about it, though, is that we looked at the architectural design and we moved this into an update for about 20 years. And we looked at the facility or the feasibility issues related to the chillers and the exterior glass. That's something we just mentioned, that it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. We did look at a full energy study also, the security and the structural aspect of it. I want to mention something about the structure. I don't know if all of you are familiar with the type of soil that we have in that particular location in the county, but the soil expands and contracts substantially. And so we're experiencing what facilities calls heaving on our floor. And what that means, it raises and it settles. And we have a real problem with that. We had to actually close the sub courthouse. Commissioner was at about 3 or 4 weeks ago because we had a sewer odor that we couldn't find, and we have our sewer lines are underneath the building, and some of that heaving causes compression on those old pipes. So we had to close it until we could do a smoke test and figure out how we were going to fix it. We found the issue. It wasn't the sewer lines, it was in the venting system, and we corrected that, and the sub courthouse now is open.
Corrected it until today.
Okay, so we have a problem again today.
We have problems today.
This is an issue basically where that we have soil contracting and expanding. The floor is heaving, raising up. It's almost like it's breathing, and it puts pressure on the utility lines underneath the building itself. Next slide, please. So we then, in 21, we agreed to another amendment to this contract. We expended only $14,000 on that, and we were looking at different things, and what we were looking at really was, what are we going to do with the building? Is it something where we could expand, or is it something that we wanted to maybe move to a new location, or move to a new location? And on this one here, we decided to take a look at different locations because we had talked about the possibility of building an annex onto this property. And as I said, the building has 31,000 square feet in it. We looked at a smaller annex of about 6,000 square feet. Then we looked at a larger expansion on that piece of property that would take in an additional 20,000 square feet. I might want to also point out that one of the reasons that we built on this piece of property was because we were co-locating in an area that was where we could share parking lots and parking structures with the city of Mansfield, and our belief was that if individuals had to go to locations for governmental services, that they may be both city and county, and so they would be able to go to one location. And we thought we would experience some cost savings by the sharing of parking facilities, mainly parking lots. And so that was part of the concept and part of the belief that we did when we first located here. The city of Mansfield is now going to move their city hall, and one of our recommendations or options that we're going to be presenting to you is if we move our building. We're in discussions with the city of Mansfield, and there is a location that, and it's at the Reserve in Arlington, that the city would build their city hall, and we would build a new sub-courthouse at that particular location. Next slide, please. So this is some of the structural engineering report that we've seen, the renovation aspect of it. Frank Neal and Associates, they did the structural piece of it. There's where you're seeing the settling or heaving. It's between a half and an inch at a time. It moves back and forth. We don't believe that releveling is a good recommendation because of the plumbing and sanitary breaks that we have where the location of those pipes are. You see, the renovation is something that they said if you do this, then you might want to use some slab injection methods. And what they're really recommending is that we come in and demolish the first floor interior grade on slab foundation and build a sturdy floor in that thing. We did find, though, that the columns and the piers and the outer perimeter walls are structurally sound. Next slide, please. So we also looked at an energy study. These are some of the things that need to occur in the present facility. We need to replace the chillers and the pump, the pumps, the window replacements. We need to get low energy windows in there. New installation, which needs to be installed at the roof. There's a replacement of existing lighting to moving to LED lighting. This is the type of lighting that you all have in your sub-courthouses. And move away from the HVAC system into a hydronic heating system, which means water, similar to what we have in this building here and all of your other buildings. Next slide, please. So we also had a security assessment made, and you can see on the slide here, and these slides are in your packet also, the different things that needed to happen as it relates to security in that particular building. Next slide, please. So finally, we also wanted to have a median cut. That's Broad Street that runs it runs east and west of the building, I believe. And we asked the city to do, because we only have one entrance into the parking area, and we wanted to do a median cut on Broad Street. The city of Mansfield said that their traffic management rules and the distance requirements, this was not something that they thought was feasible, and so we were not able to do that medium cut. So next slide, please. So on the property search for the new building, this is a location that is on the northeast corner of Heritage Park and Regency Parkway. At first, we thought that we were going to need about 7 to 8 acres of land to build that sub-courthouse. We now believe that we only will need about 6 acres of that land. You can see by the drawings there that City of Mansfield, their new City Hall is going to be immediately to the left of our property if we move in this direction. And there's the cost that we have negotiated for that land. It's at $544,000 per acre, which is roughly $12.50 a square foot. Next slide, please. And so here's the budget that we have put together on this particular project. You might note, and we've covered this in the previous slides, that in 2016 we budgeted $3 million, and it was dedicated to this particular project. 17 we added another $2 million, and so we now have, at that point we had $4.9 million. In 18 we added $5 million to that particular item. In 19 we went ahead and we used part of this money to do some of the renovation we were doing in the Arlington sub-courthouse. In 20 we allocated another $3 million. We reappropriated about $50,000 to the Commissioner's downtown office. That was Commissioner Allen at the time. In 21 we added another $3.6 million. You can see the expenditures there. 22, we added $13.245 million to this project also. So currently in 23, we have accumulated, or we still have in that account, 27.89, almost $27.9 million as it relates to funding for the sub-courthouse in Mansfield.
This is money that we have on hand and budgeted.
That's correct. That's correct. So next slide, please. So here are some of the things, and the staff has looked at this. We've spoken with the Commissioner's office. The renovation piece is simply something that we would not recommend. First of all, we have 31,000 square feet, and the average size of the courthouses we have now are anywhere between 40 to 50,000. So on an average of about 45,000 is what we see in our newer sub-courthouses.
So when it says current design does not fit current program, what does that mean?
So when we look at the space that we anticipate needing out in the area with either new programs going into the facility or expansion of the current facilities, or expansion of the current programs, the building just isn't large enough to handle that type of expansion. If you look at that building, we say 31,000 square feet. Really, the usable space is much less than that. You go into that sub-courthouse and you see this big atrium that you walk into, and the offices are really, it's two-story. The offices are around 2 of the 3 walls that make up the sub-courthouse. And that area that is in that atrium, you can't use that. It's just floor to ceiling. It's 2 stories tall, and it has
why can't that be reconfigured? Why is it doesn't have to remain an atrium?
That's correct. I think that what we have seen from the different studies that have been conducted, that cost and the cost of actually doing some of the retrofits that need to occur in that building is going to increase the total cost of that project substantially, and it actually may
increase the cost of the project over the $53 million already there, or what does that mean?
Well, when we get to the 50 option number 2, let me explain a little bit of that. We believe that if we just simply renovate the building itself and don't add in square footage, that's going to be about $15.6 million. You're going to need to add another $2 million because we're going to have to relocate everyone in that building so that we can demo the inside and then redo it. Any type of expansion that we might see inside that building with the atrium would be an added expense. I don't know exactly what that expense would be, but you would still have a building that's a triangle, and it would be something that the space utilization would not be as great as if you had a building, as I would say, a rectangular or a square. That's how you need to build these buildings, not by rectangles. I don't judge if that answered your question or not. If you need me to get any additional information on that, I'll be more than happy to. So what you're saying is that what happens if we go in and then simply take that atrium, take the atrium totally out and put offices on the where the atrium is now. That's right. What you're saying.
Well, I'm asking, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the cost on that. I think we could probably get that cost, but I don't have that right now to give you. I do know, though, that we talked about an expansion, which is option 1. And this would be something where that we would actually take, you see, remember the triangle, build another triangle. We would knock out the front entrance of the current building, add another building that is another triangle to make it a square. And that's what that option 1 is, where we resign the building shape into a square. The structural columns are sound. We'd have to do the floor, the swing space that's needed in the parking would have to be reconfigured. We believe that that particular option will be about $26.8 million, almost $27 million. And you'll need to add in about $2 million again for a relocation of all the offices there until we can get the work done. And then in option number 3.
Option 1 is $27 million.
Yes.
Solves the problem. Now we have as much space as we need for the sub-courthouse. But I look at this option 2, and it says the option would provide appropriate space for the next 10 to 20 years. So how long ago was the northeast sub-courthouse built?
Northeast?
Yes, yours.
2014, we moved in it.
Okay, so it's almost 10 years. Have we added to it?
No.
Okay, do we have a need to add to it?
No.
Okay.
So one of the reasons that we did add to that was because when we built that sub-courthouse, we built in some expansion space, and we've considered
into that one.
Yes, in fact, we have expansion space in precinct 1, and Commissioner Mears, you have expansion space in your northwest.
Mine was built in 2011. I guess the question we're getting to is why would you build a brand new building
Bingo.
and only accomplish the goal for 10 years?
Yeah. these are the options that, from what we got from our consultants. Now, I will say that.
Did we use the same consultants for the previous building? No.
Ours only cost $12 million total in 2011.
So did your current building is new construction, right? Uh-huh.
Yes, new construction.
New
Totally
construction.
new construction.
How old was your old courthouse, do you recall?
As long as, well, I only lived there 40 years, 45 years. It was probably built in the 60s or something like that.
On that sub-courthouse, when I came to work here, that sub-courthouse existed. So we know it's at least 35 years old.
It was there when you came in?
Yes, sir.
You may be about to get to this, but why would we even consider option 2 if it's twice the price of option 1?
So the price of option 2, the 52.9, we asked the same question, and the response that we got, it had a 5-year escalation in it, as if we weren't going to build anything until 5 years, and we priced it at that. If we're going to do any of these, we shouldn't be waiting 5 years to do this, because we know construction costs are going to be going up. We anticipate that the cost of a new building, a 45,000 square foot building, plus the purchase of the land, at $500 a square foot, and the total package, A&E and everything, would run about $28.5 to $29 million, not the 52.9.
That's if you built it today.
That's if we start today, yes. And one of the things that we haven't spoken about, we had the current property appraised, because if we move away from that site, the question is, what are we going to do with that site? And I would assume that we would sell that particular site, and we anticipate that the purchase price and with our land and the building would be approximately $3.5 million to $4 million. So we would gain that to offset if we moved away from this site.
Okay. It seems obvious to me that the existing building has substantial foundation problems. Can you renovate or expand the existing building and cure those foundation problems?
What we would have to do is come in and put a new floor in there, and we'd have to drill some additional beams in there to get it down to bedrock, I would think. And of course, I know a little bit about construction, but not a whole lot about construction. You have to stabilize that floor.
Yeah, you have to stabilize all that soil.
Yeah, and so it would be a big undertaking that you would have to do, and so that's one of the things that makes the current building not very attractive to do anything on that site.
You have 2 courthouses. What's your volume in this one, the visitors, compared to your other daily?
I'm not sure, because I did not go to the Arlington office before since Labor Day, and so I didn't bring those reports with me. When you talk about making that atrium office space, or repurposing the atrium, that's where people sit on the floor while they're waiting for the tax office. So it's, I don't know, I'd have to ask staff. I don't have the volume numbers with me.
My question was just,
and we did ask the tax assessor what the volume was. I think we have that data.
well, I'm curious, because Park Hill just did a complete study of what we needed throughout the county for buildings. Where did this one rank?
I think it was 6th on the list.
What was above it?
Number 7.
7?
What was above it?
Seven.
It was 7.
Seventh, it ranked seventh. Are we asking what's above
Yeah, what
it?
was above it? What was higher priority than this?
The ones that were above, what was one?
Yes, it was the 2 buildings, the 200 buildings.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do this off the top of my head. But number 1 and 2 were the 2 buildings, the 200 and 300 Belknap buildings that we knew need a lot of work, but we also know we're thinking of doing something with those buildings in the future. That'll be a court decision. The third was the Precinct 4 Maintenance Center. 4, 5, and 6. This is where I got to get cloudy, so I'll get you some answers real quick, Judge. I'd rather give you accurate.
Well, my question is just, customer service is the key in providing efficient, effective service to the citizens should be the top priority for all of us. So I'm curious why Park Hill would rank that so low then, if this building has so many issues, GK.
I disagree.
So yeah, customer service is definitely an issue at this location, and I get visited all the time. I'm pretty hands-on, so I return the calls if I don't happen to be there that day. So we have people with customer service complaints, and then of course you see the structural issues there. We don't have a backup generator, so we lose power often. I said, okay, get a backup generator over here. That's cost prohibitive. If the county has been looking at building or doing something with this new sub-courthouse, we're not going to pay, what is it, Christy, a couple million for backup generators? That's crazy. So we lose power. We have sewage that seeps into the tax office where the people stand to do their work, and it's disgustingly gross and unsanitary.
So what would your preference be from this entire discussion?
Well, we asked all the same questions looking at the numbers, and they had some revised numbers today. So $15 million to renovate plus $2 million to relocate folks, $17 million. Expansion, you still have to renovate. You have to fix everything in the current space, and then build the other triangle to make it square, and you have to move people. So they're saying that's $28.8 million. And then a new building, if you built it today, 28.9. So it just makes sense to me to do the new building.
But if building is 28.9?
That's what we anticipate if we start today.
Yeah.
This thing says a new building at $53 million.
But he said that if you wait a 5-year escalation.
It's not going to double in 5 years.
I can get your checkbook out and start building.
So let me ask a couple other questions here. Just humor me. If there was only one sub-courthouse in a precinct, what are we losing? And the reason I ask is I come in this building every day, I leave this building every day, I walk out of here 3 or 4 times. I've never seen 2 people in line downstairs, ever. Upstairs can't be much different. Maybe a little more, but there's never 2 people in line down there. So we can take people down here that apparently are currently going somewhere else.
They're going to our sub-court.
Right.
Well, and then my question is, how often are these people coming? So if people go visit the tax office once a year, do we really want to make it a priority that the one time a year visit, it takes you 17 minutes to get there instead of 30, or 10 minutes to get there instead of 20? I guess, and this isn't a rhetorical, argumentative win the point question. What is the, maybe we have people that go to the tax office 5 times a day. I don't know. It just seems to me like we just don't have people coming in all that often to say we want to make sure we cut 10 minutes off of their visit to the courthouse.
Well, you're looking at it as if there are a series of one-off visits. People's
registrations for their cars expire every month. In my two sub-courthouses, the last 8 to 10 days of the month and the first 8 to 10 days of the next month are standing room only. Every
when you say it expires every month, you're talking about just people in general, not the same person.
People in general.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, maybe because I just have one. I'm not sure, but my volume is always standing room only.
Is it? Okay. All right.
Well,
I just don't see it.
The perspective that's important is that each of our precincts is nearly the size of the city of Fort Worth, 600,000 residents just in a precinct. And they're going for not just vehicle registrations titles, but to the county clerk, to the JP.
Okay.
I mean, they're going for a multitude of services in each of these courthouses. So we're able to do it with one, which is why when our second one popped up on the space study, I don't know if we need one in 4, just because our folks are handling it well, and we did build in space to improve, but we've got a pretty good location, too, central inside of our precinct, where folks can travel, or they can come down here to do it, or they go over to Gary's because they get closer because we're abutting.
Yeah, we have 1,000 people a day.
Do you really? Okay.
I mean, when they do the tax off, you get all this info from the tax office. How many transactions are they doing a day? And it's usually one transaction per person.
Right.
And we run right at 1,000. And your courthouse is more than mine.
Yeah, Arlington is number 1. Mansfield, Christie is number 6 busiest in the county.
6th busiest sub-courthouse?
Sub-courthouse in the county. And
How many sub-courthouses are there in the county?
7.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
I have the numbers from January to August 14th of 23. Arlington served 102,000. Mansfield served 57,000, almost 58,000. So that's from January to August 14th of 2023. That's a short period of time. Not even a year.
So yeah, it's
okay. So y'all like to and I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm just saying it's if they went to Arlington. What's the longest drive that somebody would have?
Oh, from Mansfield to Arlington? I don't know, 20, 25 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, and Mansfield is just exploding out there. You realize that.
Yes, but how much of it is Tarrant County? I mean, it's my understanding is this new location, we're literally putting it on the border of Tarrant County and another county. A location picked out.
Well, it's closer.
So it's at the farthest corner of the county you could be in Mansfield.
It's closer to the Dallas County line and the Ellis County line than this one.
Okay.
But it's not sitting right on the border either. I mean, there's.
Okay.
And you know, 1/3 of Grand Prairie is precinct 2.
Yeah.
Well, the last thing I would suggest we do is kick the can and do another study. It sounds like from 2016 we've been doing study after study after study to all reach the same conclusion. If the cheapest way to serve the citizens out there is to build something new and to build something new today, I think that decision should be made, and then we ask you to go do it for $30 million and not for $52 million if you can. So just start the real process as opposed to continually taking chips.
Go back to this, so I'll just understand it. Option 2 is if we started today, and whether we start today or we start in 6 months, I mean, the price is not going to vary that much in a 6-month time period, especially with the way things are going now. So what is it if we start today? It's $28 million?
28.9 we estimate.
Okay. And
new building or expansion?
New building, buying the land, we think is $29 million.
That's what we anticipate.
So just for fun, let's say the court today says, yep, you get direction, says move forward with a new building at $29 million. Okay. Then how long, if you got that direction today, how long before we are moving dirt?
I would say a year.
Why does that take a year? Tell me what we're doing for a year.
You're drawing plans for one.
Okay.
Engineering.
Probably 8 to 9 months of design work and then 3 months for bidding, procurement.
So we know we need one. We have worked on this since 2016, but it'll take us 8 or 9 months to design what we already know we need. Okay?
So
You had something, I'm sorry.
I was just going to comment that the cost, the value comparison between expansion and building a new building, the cost is not that great a difference.
I would agree.
So I wouldn't fool with expansion and bet on whether or not we can fix that foundation when you can build a new building for not much more.
Well, if you can actually get $3.5 million for the building, then number 2 actually comes in cheaper.
Jim?
So, Commissioner Ramirez, you asked about the different rankings on the buildings. So, the criminal courts building is number 1, and I think we all understand why. The construction services building, which is our sign shop, it's over on Panther Island, and it's a real old building that came in 2. Precinct 4 maintenance center, it came in 3. The Southeast Annex came in on number 4, and the Reproduction Center came in 5.
That's graphics.
Yes, graphics. And then the Miller Avenue building or complex, that came in 6th, and then the Mansfield came in 7th. And then we had...
I would defer to Mansfield. All I need is a security fence.
We can work on multiple projects. I don't think a lot of them are going to be major sub-courthouse projects at the same time.
And those aren't ranked by cost. Those are just ranked by necessity to address. So we can have the final slide, please. So what we're doing today, we're seeking direction from the court. If we go with option 1, which doesn't sound like we would be doing, but option 2, if we're ready to move forward, then what we'd like to do is next week bring you the letter of intent to acquire the property and get that under contract and get that going. And then we would do the A&E services, and you can see we would add, it says here we'd add an additional $4 million capital request. That was for the land purchase. I think that's incorrect here because we had included $3 million into the acquisition of land on the 28.9.
Is that third one on there meant to be option number 3? Are they both supposed to be option 2?
Option 2. Option 2.
Oh, there, got it. Okay.
I just caught that.
And so we're seeking direction from the court. How do you all?
I would be in favor of option 2.
I'm in favor of option 2. Can we do a motion?
I thought there were option 3 options.
One,
so we're throwing out renovation now and saying option 1 is remodel at the current, build new at the current spot. Option 2 is build a new building. Yeah. Okay.
They didn't do it.
I would like to be sure, because in option 2, in that one slide, you had $52 million as the price tag. I want to be certain that we're on the same page, that $30 million is what we're looking at.
That's way over the top.
So if we could, we would recommend that you allow us to bring that the LOI to you all next week, and also have that answer that question on the 52 versus the 30 for you next week. Sorry, 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, I'll just go back to this for a second. If we just did nothing, it stays the same. You don't do anything else.
That's correct.
Tell me what happens.
So we would have to do, let me get to that slide. So what we would have to do, if we didn't do anything except worked on the current building, then what we would have to do, we would have to do the energy efficiency aspect of it. we would have to do the HVAC aspect, go to the hydro type approach to HVAC. We're going to have to go in there and probably stabilize that floor. And in order to do that, we would have to move people out to do that. Now, I don't know exactly what that cost figure is, but it would probably be, if we would do nothing but and didn't renovate, if we renovated that facility, just renovated and didn't expand it, it would be 15.6, almost $15.7 million. That's taking the 31,118. We figured that the renovation cost is going to be about $450 a square foot. We're estimating new construction costs at $500 a square foot.
Or it's going to sink into the ground eventually. And
we're going to have to do something. We're going to have to stabilize the building.
I mean, it's sinking.
I don't see how you can fix that slab without taking out the whole damn slab.
Yeah.
And starting over.
Okay. All right, so I think you have direction here, probably.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Next up, reinstatement of leave accrual caps and the creation of a vacation sellback program.
Ms. Glenn.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Good evening. It's hard for me to get off of that hard bench.
Getting there.
Man, that bench is hard. So, Judge, you've already covered the subject. What I would like to do, first of all, Commissioner Brooks, congratulations on your recognition earlier today.
Thank you.
That's first. Second, I think it would be helpful to the discussion if we sort of revisited county policies, especially for our newer court members, and maybe talked about a little bit of history before we get into what staff is proposing. So currently, just in the way of policy, full-time county employees and project temps earn paid leave in two buckets. It's the best way to illustrate it. So one bucket is paid vacation time. The second bucket is what we call sick personal leave. Sick personal leave, employees accrue 1 day a month. So that's over the course of a year, 12 days. Vacation time is accrued based upon your years of service. So most employees start off earning 2 weeks, 10 days of vacation. We do have a category that start off at 15 days, but generally most employees start off earning 2 weeks of vacation a year. And the longer you work here, you earn more time. So for those of us who are here have been here more than 15 years, we earn 25 days of vacation. So those are the two buckets, vacation, sick personal. So currently, employees are allowed to accrue time in those buckets.
How long do you have to be here to get to the 5 weeks?
I believe it's 15 years, but I'll double check. So currently, that is correct. So currently, employees are accruing in these buckets, right? So the longer they've been here, the more time they are accruing. Currently, there is no cap or limit on how much time that can be accrued in those buckets. That has not always been the case. When I started here a long time ago, over 30 years ago, there was a cap on our buckets.
On both?
On both. So that changed in 2002, and the reason, in part, that it changed was at that time, the county was in the process of implementing SAP. And so we had an internal work group. Many people in this room participated in those discussions. And as we were getting ready to, as the county was getting ready to implement SAP, we took a look wholesale at policies, benefits, the whole 9 yards. And so one of the things that there was quite a bit of discussion about was at that time, the county did not offer short-term disability coverage. It did offer long-term disability coverage, which the county pays for then and now at 100%. That's long-term disability coverage. With long-term disability coverage, there is what is called a 180-day elimination period or waiting period. So even if you are an employee and you've been deemed disabled, there's still a 180-day period that you have to meet before that benefit is payable. So one of the things that came out of that discussion from this internal group and subsequently was presented before the court and approved was that because there was this waiting period, the court wanted to give employees an opportunity to accrue enough time so that if they became disabled, that they would have enough time in their buckets to cover the 180-day elimination period. So as a result, the cap came off. Okay, so the cap was on, the cap came off. That was 2002. So this is 2023. So those of us who've been around for a little while, over those years, continue to accrue time in our buckets. Some of us have pretty significant hours in our buckets. The budget director came to me several months ago and voiced her concern at the financial impact that she could see growing every day as those of us who've been around continue to work and continue to accrue time. Not everybody accrues time, clearly. Everybody earns time. Some people earn and burn. That's what we call some employees. They earn it, they use it. But there are a fair number of us who earn the time, and it's in our buckets, and it's continued to grow and grow. So I concurred then and now with Ms. Geese that is an issue that needs to be addressed. So I think we've taken a huge step in that the county rolled out short-term disability coverage last year in 2022. And so I think now we have in place the tools, our employees have in place the tools that they need should they become disabled short-term. We now have short-term disability coverage that's available. Long-term, that coverage has existed for many, many years. So with that said, what staff is proposing is that we move back to putting the caps on our accruals. And so if you will look, our cap on the buckets. So if you'll look at your Exhibit A, that should be attached to your communique, we have the page sort of divided in half. So at the top, you can see current, our current policy, and then the bottom half of the page, you can see what's being proposed. So again, at the top, we've already discussed with vacation and sick personal, we have unlimited accrual. The court may recall that with vacation, because we're here before you on occasion when we've had employees who've worked here a long time, they're being paid their vacation. The max that you can be paid out for is 400 vacation hours. So that's what exists currently with sick personal. Again, unlimited accrual, but you are capped in terms of how much you get paid, and there's a schedule that we use to determine what the sick personal payout is. Two important things, additional things to note about sick personal is that there is no payout for anyone who has less than 5 years of service when they leave county service. That's sick personal. And then also you must leave in good standing to receive any payout for sick personal. So that's the first, or that's the top half of the page. What we're proposing is to, again, replace our caps. So our proposal is that we would cap vacation hours at 400 hours, which is the equivalent of 50 days for most of us. So the question then becomes, so what about employees who have more than the 400 hours? So I would fall into that category. Many people in this room do. So what we're proposing for that group of employees is that they be allowed to maintain their current balances, so no one's taking away anybody's time, and that we would pause accruals for that group of employees until their balance fell below the 400 hours. And again, the reason for that is we want to be able to chip away at the financial liability that's currently on the books for those of us who have large balances. With sick personal, we'd be recommending a cap at 1,440 hours or 180 days. Again, our proposal would be the same. Anybody who has more than 1,440 fall into that category. We would maintain our balances, and then, of course, as we use time and we fall below the balance, then at that point we could accrue up to 1,440 hours. So the last item that we want to discuss with the court is something that we're calling a vacation sellback. This came up in a couple of conversations with court members. Some organizations call them buybacks. We're calling it a sellback because we're looking at it from the employee's perspective. And what this would allow would be for employees, and I'm saying eligible employees, I need to clarify, to sell back 40 hours of vacation as authorized by Commissioner's Court. As part of the sellback program, eligible employees would be required to have in their vacation bucket at least 160 hours after their sellback of 40. So we want to make sure that that we manage that at least just a little bit. So that's the proposal. We're not asking for any action today. The court should know that several of us have been around the table discussing this, the administrator's office, budget, payroll. Payroll has been in contact with IT because there would be some configuration involved in putting the caps back on because the caps are off. So there's going to be some configuration that would need to be done if the court would be interested in moving forward with this proposal. So,
all right, on the vacation sellback, is it repeatable?
That would be up to the court. Our discussion involved being very clear that the court would could authorize vacation sellbacks as they deemed appropriate and as the budget allowed.
And Helen, if everyone that was eligible to sell 40 hours back next year sold it, what would that cost?
When you say next year, next fiscal year or next calendar year?
Whichever one you pick.
Okay, so let's go count fiscal year.
Okay.
I think that we arrived at about a little over $3 million is what it would cost for all those eligible to be able to sell back that first year.
And so they sell back the 40. Then if they don't take any vacation time, then they can keep doing this over and over and over.
If the court,
I know we set policy. Yeah, but that's the proposal.
Correct.
Okay.
So I've seen this work. The city of Fort Worth offers vacation sellback to their employees 40 hours every year. So you can do it, and it's usually offered in a window in November so they can get a holiday bonus or check or whatever they'd like to include. They don't have a limit on the minimum hours that you have to maintain, and it's a dual purpose. Number one is to provide that benefit for the employees who would like to sell it back, who don't utilize that time throughout the year. But secondarily, if an employee is selling 40 hours back at a current rate, instead of selling it back whenever they walk out the door upon retirement, they'll obviously be selling it back at a lower rate. So, I mean, that's, some salaries grow 100, 200% within 25 years that someone's here. So that there were two purposes for why they implemented it. And so I think you get to kind of an inverse curve where it saves the county money in the long term. But in the short term, you're right, Judge, it is a fiscal impact to the budget.
And
I would also like to see us take a look at raising the cap on the shared sick leave program. There are people who are sitting on just mountains of hours, but our shared sick leave program restricts the number of hours that you can give so that others who are without hours and have a catastrophic illness can dip into this shared sick leave bucket and take out 40 hours. What is the cap currently that a person can give?
Yes, sir. So currently, employees are not allowed to donate more than 5 days every fiscal year.
5 days, that is
40 hours.
40 hours.
And then there was an expansion of that legislation, I guess, statute, that does allow for an additional donation when an employee is leaving county service. And so, Commissioner Brooks, I hear your concern. I'll certainly revisit this issue with our attorneys, but my understanding is that those caps that are in place are in place because of the legislation statute that allows us to offer to create the shared sick leave pool. So we're bound by those.
My concern is that people with huge leave balances often leave the county. They don't get paid for, they only get paid for a certain number of hours.
Yes, sir.
And the rest just kind of goes into the ether. It goes away. I would much rather see some of it go into a shared sick leave program so that other employees can get the benefit of it rather than it just going away.
Yeah, and Commissioner Brooks, we have been trying to be more proactive in the last several years when we are counseling employees who are retiring from county service or leaving county service. If we know about it ahead of time, we typically know when someone's retiring, not necessarily when they're resigning. But that is part of our process now, to have a dialogue with them about their donation. And Mr. Mania's perfect example, Exhibit B, has generously donated to my pool.
I was threatened if I didn't.
So the plan now is to bring this back and to look at all three: the vacation cap, the sick cap, the vacation sellback.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on this, the whole vacation sellback idea?
Well, as long as we're budgeting for it every year in advance, so we need to know in the summer, prior to the fiscal year, as preparing the budget, that your plan is to, the court's plan is to move forward.
Yeah, I don't I can see it either way. I guess you don't, do you want to incentivize people not to take time off? Which is kind of what that may do. I mean, you need a break, you need a rest, but I guess that's up to them to decide. Okay. All right. Anything else on this? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anything on item D, fiscal year 24 budget issues? Helen?
No, I do not.
Good.
But based on y'all's vote earlier today, we'll be able to complete the budget, hopefully tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next, we have a briefing on the magistration program. Do we have something today?
Not on this. This is an item that's a standing item for discussion purposes only.
All right. Any announcements or comments, commissioners? Okay. Public comments. We do have about 3, 4 maybe. Budget. Geraldine Jackie Cox. Is she here? Okay. Nan Terry, is she here?
afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm saddened by the only 3 people at the Jail Diversion Center. The March Mental Health Advisory Committee discussed the need to change and expand the allowable charges and diversion from the jail. The last time the board met was in March. I was wondering, do you have plans to expand the use of that facility? And perhaps, I have an idea, if there are only 3 people, clearly everyone would agree it's underutilized. Could we take incompetent people awaiting state beds and transfer them to that facility? Because that's something that's feasible. Also, parking remains an issue for some of my friends who come down here. Could you have the opportunity to possibly change this meeting instead of a 10 o'clock start date, especially on a day where you have less agenda items, and do it at later in the day, like some other taxing entities do, which allows people that are working during the day, they could also participate in the sausage making of democracy. That would also free up some of the on-street parking, so parking wouldn't be an issue. And I agree with some friends who've stated that perhaps you could do a voucher system for people who speak here at your parking lot. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next up is Lon Burnham.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Earlier today, I kind of outed myself and mentioned that I had thought of myself as being woke since sometime in the late 50s. I don't really know what that new sociological term means, but I do know what I was taught in Sunday school, and I'll try to act on that. I want to talk to you about 4 other things in my brief time here. The first one is a term I learned in undergraduate school. It's called Oedipus complex. Oedipus complex is a psychological problem exhibited by a number of elected officials, wealthy people, and some people that think they're more important than they are. And I want to put that in the context of our situation here as we talk about building the Taj Mahal for the Sheriff of Nottingham. I don't know what you might know about the Taj Mahal, but I've actually been there. And I didn't know until I got there that it was a love offering by a Muslim husband to his Hindu wife. And it is supposed to represent love. But frequently we hear the term Taj Mahal in the context of excessive extravagance in building certain structures. And that's what a lot of people are concerned about and what we're hearing in what's going on in Commissioner's Court today, or the past several weeks. I listened carefully when I was hearing the discussion about what all we have done for jail reform in recent months, but I didn't hear the fundamental issues addressed. The fundamental issue is too many people are being arrested inappropriately by too many municipal police authorities. They are being detained in the jail for way too long by, frankly, the inaction and ineptitude of the DA's office. And even when they're convicted, the state of Texas isn't taking them. So there are multiple levels in which you could be working on getting people out of jail, and frankly, your bureaucracy is failing you in this regard, and they're failing, more importantly, the people of Tarrant County. So in my last seconds, I'm going to mention my late friend Thomas Tolaconsi, who visited this Commissioner Court many times last year. I promised the previous Commissioner's Court that I would not come to every Commissioner's Court meeting and I would not speak on every issue. And last Commissioner's Court, I said, look, I'm only going to come when there's an inappropriate death in your jail. And I spoke 4, 5, 6 times at Commissioner's Court last year. Haven't been able to return the first 6 months of the year because I've been out of town on Tuesdays. But let me tell you, I'm being forced to come back, and I don't want to talk every time. But I am going to implement Thomas Tolaconsi's red flag procedure and call bullshit when I hear bullshit.
Yeah, well, sit down. Your time is up. Ms. Cockrell, you're up. And if you use language like that in the courtroom again, you will be removed immediately.
I look forward to it.
I'm here to request free parking because I need that so that I can come talk to you. And I'm also requesting, because it's been 5 hours, that we move public comments after the pledge. Then all the people will leave and go home and watch it on television. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Cindy Stormer. Is Ms. Stormer here? All right, that's all the folks I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah.
No executive session?
Yeah. So it is 10 after 3. Why don't we next contestant on quorum. Huh? What? Is that your stuff? Yeah, oh, that's all my employee notes. Thank you for telling me that. Okay, we are back from a pretty lengthy executive session. There are no items that we need to take action on. We will be doing interviews here in the next week to 10 days for the county administrator opening. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please cast your vote. He voted yes. Passes unanimously. We are adjourned.